going to go into the first hands-on section with Homario Hego. She's going to be taking you through AI integration platform that you could use to drive leads and sales in your business, among other things. I also want to use this opportunity because I might not come back on this stage because we've got loads of activities for you around this workshop. I want to remind you that this workshop continues on Wednesday next week, online, from the comfort of your home. The hands-on continue. This time around, it's just going to be complete hands-on. And remember, it's free. It's still part of the GTA. I'm welcoming you back to this workshop, AI in Women to Drive Efficiency and Productivity. Join me to welcome Omozino Hego. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Is it because of the coffee and the donuts? Good morning, everyone. This session is going to be super important, so I want to encourage you, grab that coffee and that snack, just come sit down. We're in for a ball. So to introduce myself really quickly, my name is Omozino Hego, but you can call me Oz. And I work as the Director of Innovation, Product Innovation at Udemy. And essentially, what does Udemy do? What do? We work at the intersection of behavioral science and artificial intelligence to improve talent performance and human capital outcomes for different institutions. So be it educational institutions, businesses, government institutions, how do we leverage the insights and the data that artificial intelligence provide, right, to make the best talent investment, place the right people in the right roles, right, ensure that our children are in educational tracks that are relevant for the future. And that's essentially what we do at Udemy. But today, I'm here in the capacity of a geek and a nerd, but with very simple language, to help us to understand how do we integrate technology, AI technology, into our daily business operations. Right? Who is ready? Who is ready? I see only one hand. Who is ready? Okay, fantastic. Can I get assistance? Okay. Fantastic. So you see on this slide, and I believe this session is focused on women, so I was very intentional. Now, if you're a woman here, you know that on a day-to-day, this is your life. You're juggling, you're multitasking, you're trying to combine quite a number of things to be done all at once, right? From your business, to your career, to your family, to your kids, to extended family, and all the likes. So this is you on a typical day, extremely busy. What we don't know is that all the multiple things that we have to do as women are many aspects that we need to combine, right? We don't have to do it alone. And so what this challenges us, the challenge this presents to us is that our brains and our minds are actively working 24/7. And it's almost like you're carrying that mental weight and you have nobody to share it with. Who can relate? It's like you have to do the thinking, you have to do the planning, you have to do the executing, you have to do the follow-up, you have to. And then it becomes a monster. Literally, you're sleeping and you're thinking about work to be done when you wake up. But AI comes to save the day. Now, to really put things into proper perspective, right, we need to look at how to move from this point, from the point of chaos, right, to the point of efficiency. And what that involves is looking critically at the data. Looking critically at the context that we're playing in, the different key responsibilities and work functions or responsibilities that are assigned to us on a daily, right? And then the beauty of AI or AI tools that exist is to help you to streamline your workflow, reduce the manual thinking or manual doing that you have to do, execution that you have to do, provide you with better insights so that you can make better business decisions, and most of all, provides very close to accurate data that you can work with. How many of us this morning made use of ChatGPT to just review your email or a WhatsApp message like, I'm sure this is what I want to say. Please just help me optimize it. The amount of people that use ChatGPT for emails and text messaging that just shows that it takes the manual load off, right? That's just one use case. Have you ever started working on a proposal and you're hooked, or you started writing, let's even use a very simple use case. You started writing your LinkedIn posts for the day, or I'm glad to announce, and then you just put in this, what you could write, and then you put it in ChatGPT, and then literally you have a full-scale article, and you're like, wow, thank you, and then you can tweak it, right? That's the beauty. So reducing that workload and streamlining your workflow. Or you're within your business, you streamline A to B of things that you're supposed to do, or a particular department is supposed to do, processes they're supposed to follow. And you need to just streamline it to be a lot more better, right? Or clearer. You can leverage AI for that. And that's the beauty. So it takes all that mental load that is unclear, right? Streamlines it into something that we can work with. So all the pieces of the puzzles in our minds then become clearer. Are we together? Awesome. But when it comes to AI integration or even any technology adoption or integration, there are two things that are always missed out on, right? And these two things, we need to talk about it. It's so important. We need to first of all understand the context. Context is very important. Now, if you don't understand the context in which your business is trying to optimize for, are we trying to optimize marketing? Are we trying to optimize customer service? Is it HR trying to optimize? Is it our legal processes or operations? Operations can be very taxing, right? So what are we trying to use this technology to do? Because technology in itself is not the answer. It is the enabler. It's the accelerator, right? So even as much as we have ChatGPT, you are the one that will impute what, the prompt you create is the prompt that it will give you the results that you're looking for, right? So you must understand what context am I trying to optimize. And the next thing that you also have to understand is what data. Now, we underestimate the fact that we assume that because AI is, and thankful for OpenAI and all of this generative AI that we have now, right, that sort of have aggregated the general worldwide intelligence. But the truth is that to maximize the use of AI, you must understand the data. And that data starts with understanding, do you have a picture of what efficiency looks like? It must come from you first. You must know what does good look like? What does efficient look like? What does productive look like for our business and our context, right? Before we then go into, okay, for this thing to work, what are the processes we need to make available or pay attention to, right? What processes will lead to that thing becoming efficient? And what are the data points? There's no model that exists today, right, that did not require context data. The value that you're getting for ChatGPT right now is because contextual data has been gathered over years. So if you're going to have a small-scale AI that you're going to use, right, you have to be clear on what that data is. What does good look like? What processes will deliver that good? And what data points are necessary for us to gather? Without that, your AI model or your technology integration will just be as good as garbage in, garbage out, no real value. So that's very important. Now, we're just going to look at different aspects of businesses and different tools that you can leverage. There's a resource that has already been shared, right? And we can also get access to this information as well. So when it comes to customer service relationship or customer relationship management, you want to track your leads, you want to track your sales, you want to track what's going on within the business. A very good tool that integrates is Zoho. It helps you automate customer interaction. So certain support tickets are coming in. You're able to know, okay, what is the common pattern and how do we now solve this problem instead of waiting for it to become a full-blown issue that our customers are, having issues on, right? It also helps you to understand your customer behavior, right? So Zoho is a really good tool. Another tool we have is HubSpot, right? It has a feature that does predictive analytics for automated response. So you get on certain websites, there is a chatbot that is talking to you. Some of the features on HubSpot enables you to create that chatbot from the scratch, and then as it's feeding in data, is then aggregating information so that over time you have a knowledge bank. Not, we want to be able to track certain processes. We have to say, we have to look for Mr. A or Mrs. B who has mastered the process. Meanwhile, there's supposed to be a knowledge bank. It also even helps you operational-wise in the sense that you reduce the risk of key man risk. Right? One person knowing everything and the rest don't know anything, right? So let's look at marketing and sales automation. We have a good, and I put some Nigerian AI tools here, so I will encourage us to go check them out. For marketing and sales automation, we have MailDrip. MailDrip is an AI-powered tool for email marketing. So it helps you to understand your audience, segment them, and know what kind of messaging you should be sending out to them from time to time. So it's very, very important. It's very useful. It's made by Nigerians. So I believe that, hey, that should be featured there. And then we have for data analytics and business intelligence. So we have the mainstream skills. So the good thing about AI is that it doesn't just create tools, but it also enhances your skill. So you have your staff learn this tool. It becomes part of the skills that they have, right? It empowers not only you as a business, but also empowers them. So we have Tableau and Power BI for data analytics and building models from scratch. And next, for customer support, chatbots, we have TalkTo. TalkTo is very free. It's actually free till date. They created it and they said their mission is to provide customer support chatbots for free, right? And they have an AI version as well. So it's very useful. We even use it at work, right, on the app that we use. And then we also have a proper chatbot as a platform that helps you with building your AI bot just for customer service purposes. And then we have project management. So you want to be able to manage your workflows easily. You want to be able to get results better. We have Asana. I think Asana just opened a version in Nigeria, right? An office in Nigeria. So these are good tools that you can use to manage projects, manage programs, manage workflows, and sort of know who is doing what at what time, where is there a reduction in productivity, and what needs to be put up back, what do we do to mitigate that? So for performance management, it also makes a lot of sense. Another one is ClickUp, very useful tool, especially if you have a product development team. That's also very, very useful. And then we have finance and accounting. I have this very amazing tool made by Nigerians as well, Times.io. It's an AI tool for automating bookkeeping. So you see all those bank statements that you just lost. Where is the receipt? They sent it, they screenshotted it, they sent it to WhatsApp. Please, we need to grow past that. So Times.io is a really good tool to integrate, to curate those bookkeeping records, accounting records, and sort of have a snapshot view of what your business finance health looks like. And then, who am I if I don't talk about what we created? So we have human resources and talent management, and we have Workday. It's a very popular tool. It enables you to manage end-to-end. And I also met some very interesting Nigerian homegrown AI platforms at the stand, Lobby AI, and I think Crypta as well. And they enable you to manage end-to-end your talent management functions, from payroll to performance management to onboarding. I think that's very, very useful. And lastly, I'll talk about precisionmatch.ai. So have you ever had to hire someone and, you know, what they wrote on their CV and who they are in person is like night and day, right? Or you hired them, they wowed you, they said all the right things, and then month one, yeah, see, am I paying salary? What's going on? Yes. So we realized that this was a huge gap, and this was a key problem for many business owners, right? Especially within our local context. And so we created precisionmatch.ai. Essentially what it does, it just simulates what your expectation for performance is into an assessment link that you administer to candidates. So you don't even need to look through their CVs. They apply, and it tells you an accurate judgment of this is what their actual competence look like, right? I know they wrote this on their CV, but like this is how they will actually function within your context. And so that way, you're not just talking to anybody during interview. You're not just speaking to 20 people and you're like, we've just spent 2 hours. We've not still found what we want. You're talking to a healthy crop of talents that work for you. I think I have a minute left. So let's just quickly go through. Right, we've touched on this really quickly. But how do you even implement integration of technology into your business? You must assess your needs. Don't use technology for technology's sake, right? We're business owners. We make pragmatic decisions, right? So you must assess your needs. And don't be apologetic around this is what exactly we want to achieve with this technology, right? So identify the systems and the processes that need optimization and get technology to work for you. You also have to plan for integration. Now, with technology adoption means that you need to learn new skills. They need to learn new ways of thinking. They need to adopt a new way of living. Because what technology does, it teaches you a new way of living, really. Today, we can't do without Google search. Or we can't now do without ChatGPT, literally, right? And so what is that telling us? That these tools come in and they teach us a different way of living that is much more effective for our use case. So you want to be able to plan for that integration within your system. And then make decisions on the tools that are useful. The tools that are useful to get you the results that you want, that are within your budget range, right? And in cases where you need to design solutions from scratch, don't shy away from that process, right? Don't shy away from the process of doing that. Implement and test, and then monitor and train. And so these ways are ways that you implement technology within your business that is useful and relevant. And with that, I am so grateful. Thank you for listening to me this morning. I hope I was able to give you sufficient value. Thank you. My name is Oz. You can find me on LinkedIn. I'm just literally a WhatsApp message or a LinkedIn message away. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please, let's celebrate. Let's put hands together for her. Thank you so much. All right, coming up next is Dr. Memuna Salim, the Managing Director for SI Group, and she's going to be giving us a very short speech. Now, okay, you're welcome, you're welcome. Please, let's put hands together for her, please, as she makes her way up stage. All right, so after Doctor, we are going to get practical. You know, most of the time we listen. But now, after Doctor, it's going to be practical. So your devices, your phones, your internet connection, and everything like that will be needed immediately after Dr. Memuna. So please, let's get our devices ready. And after Doctor, we're going to get hands-on. Thank you so much. You're welcome, ma. Please, let's celebrate Doctor, please.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Good morning. How's everybody today? I'm sure this week has been, few days has been a day of learning a lot about AI, right? How many Gen Zs are in the house? Gen Zs, pick up your hands. How many Gen Zs in the house? And how are you doing about this whole AI thing? And are you teaching us Gen Xers and the baby boomers about this AI? Because, gosh, we are really confused We don't even know what to do with ourselves anymore. So today I'm discussing, basically I want to say thank you to Madame Oz, who was here just now. She spoke something very pertinent about AI in the workforce. And that is critical because we all are facing the ever-changing situation in work, right? At the workplace, right? How many of us have a 9-to-5 job? How many? I can't see your hands. You all are doing this. Come on. How many? Show of hands. How many of you have 9-to-5? And are you enjoying it? Some of you? All of you? And Gen Zs, how many of you have a 9-to-5 job? And you're finding it to be quite cumbersome, right? Because you are the age of technology, right? I don't hear anybody. Are we alive today? I'll be a teacher. Come, guys. So listen, with regards to AI and regards to being in the workforce, so much has changed and so much has evolved that we have now become cognizant as HR individuals that we need to take that step further to look at the paradox of productivity. And looking at that, we need to say the reality is that the kind of talent that we get into the business, how we integrate that talent into the business, and what tools do we use now to make sure that we optimize that talent and add value to the business. And looking at that, we see generative AI, ChatGPT has 37%, writing tasks has increased, and the work quality has increased by 20% in the workforce. So if you're looking at organizations today, they have to be very cognizant, and as HR individuals, this is what we look at. How do you come in and make a difference with your talent? And we take you as the new generation to come in and show you what the value you're going to add when it comes to AI. Not that we don't know exactly what is required, but we need you to come and enhance your productivity in the organization. So when you're looking at tapping into the hidden workforce, what is that hidden workforce? What do we understand by when they say hidden workforce? It's you who are there, you are behind the scenes, and we don't get to see you and know you until you bring yourself towards us in the industry. And most of you are on social media, right? And you go on social media every day. How many of you have jobs that you work online? Show of hands, please. And global jobs. I'm talking about globally. International jobs, right? And you're making Forex, you're making international currency. So there shouldn't be a reason why we say there's an unemployment gap. We should not be speaking about unemployment because there's opportunities for every one of us sitting here with regards to AI to get jobs in technology and AI globally. But it's for you to source it, so stop being your TikTok friends and your Instagram friends only. Look for those sites where you can actually get job opportunities. So in HR, we also look at the opportunity of driving climate change because that's impacting a lot on the workforce and looking at the industry and climate change. Because climate change, when you look at power outages, when you look at flooding, when you look at heat waves, it impacts on people coming to work. So how many of us actually can get to work when it really rains here in Lagos? It's difficult, right? So the work, in the work environment, we have to make reasonable situation for you so you'll be able to work outside of the office. And how are we going to do that? Obviously using the technical and digital era, taking in account. So when I say to you that, okay, today you have 1, 2, and these are the things that you need to do in the work, in your job, and you say, you know what, I'm not available to come and do it. Today you have no excuse because of AI, because of technology. Do we understand that? Do we understand that how important it is for us to be astute and understanding what is required of us to do in our jobs for us to work optimally and produce our tasks effectively? So when we look at the climate change era, we say as HR, how do we now help our workforce to be able to work within the confines of the home environment rather coming to work? So you see, who remembers the COVID era? What happened in COVID? What happened during COVID? Anybody? We were working from home, right? And they found the productivity was much more when we were working from home. that people were giving more than they used to in the workforce because you had nothing else to do. And this is when a lot of offices decided they're going to shut down, especially globally, and get people to work virtually. And that's quite important for us to understand. I think Nigeria has not gotten there yet, right? But we are going to get there. And then when it comes to shifting work-life balance to work-life shift. So what is work-life balance? Everybody says, I need a work-life balance. What is that? To be able to work and have a good time at the same time, right? To enjoy yourself, to have time for your family. But it's not going to be called work-life balance anymore. It's called work-life shift. To be able to accommodate you and in the work-life shift means that anything that you are able to do, whatever talent that you have, we need to learn to optimize the talent. I think Madam Oz spoke about your talent is what is quite important and critical. And we look at that and the value set that you're bringing in and the skill sets that you are bringing in and how we integrate that into the organization. There's an assessment tool that is done to now try to integrate that. So today, nobody is actually told that you are useless or you're redundant because there's generative AI that helps you produce better work, right? So, you know, when it comes to performance indexes and looking at how you perform in an organization, so you'll find the ones who are slower than the others, the ones who are not producing their projects optimally. But with AI, it's assisting everybody now to work on, it's plateaued. So everybody is working together and giving out greater results. So they did research in 47 countries. And they found that 17% of the workforce are unhappy because they prefer working from home or they're not happy in what they are doing. They find that the job is not giving them satisfaction. So each one of you sitting here, especially the Gen Zs, don't take a job because you say, okay, I need money. Take a job that's going to satisfy you and you know you're going to give off your best and give off the skill set that is required for you to be able to work optimally. That means you can sit behind a desk, you can sit in a restaurant, you can sit at home, and you can make money. And sitting at home and making money, I do it a lot. I go online and I make money, and I make nice dollars. So there's opportunity for you to start working on that and seeking the opportunities. I don't know how many minutes I have left, sorry. So, in HR also, the one thing we've realized that we need to start integrating our processes when it comes to solutions and looking at the organizational development, strategy, etc. We do not have to look at it individually. We're going to look at it as a holistic picture to look at the value that we're going to add within that ecosystem for us to be optimal in the AI system and bringing in you to come now and say, okay, as the individual, how are you going to be integrated into that as an in the organization? Looking at strategic operations. So now, you know, we find that people are very operationally functional. You look at the organizations, they're always operational. But AI is allowing us now to become more creative, right or wrong, right? In organizations becoming more productive. And we're looking at strategy differently. So the long-term strategy is not long-term like before. It's become very medium-term strategy because things are changing exponentially all the time. So if you are heading a business, make sure that you are looking at futuristic business, not something that is in the past. It does not exist. And the present is not going to exist. The future is what is going to exist. How do you now look at your business and how it's going to impact on environment, on society, on yourself, on your community, and make it work for you? Then we're looking at the lean HR, how HR leans in. The HR is very, very vital in any organization. And before you should say, this is the HR personnel, this is the HR manager, HR. No, now we're calling them the HR business partner because the HR business partner is somebody that goes and look at how the strategy, how the human capacity is going to assist with the development of the organization. What trainings do you need? What kind of trainings do you need? And how effective are those trainings going to be? And talking about effective trainings, the trainings now don't have to be face-to-face. We do know that, right? They are online. How do you educate yourself online? What do you do? So you are given modules to go through and do it online, and then you get your certification. So today, soon your universities are going to become redundant, things of the past. We do know that, right? So those who are running off to universities now and you're wasting your parents' money, think about educating yourself. And if you do not have money, to go to university, it's not a problem. Go online. There's a lot of free courses for you to do to become empowered, empowering yourself. So I want to introduce myself. I didn't introduce myself properly. I'm from SI Group of Companies. We are a social enterprise. We have an NGO. We have a DocuZine, an SI magazine called SI Search Inwards magazine. We also have a social enterprise, a consultancy, and we deal with mentoring, empowering, and skills development. And one of the things we're looking at is how AI is going to be integrated into different organizations and different spheres within our communities, and also empowering the grassroots. Because it's important that we all come to the party and understanding that AI is going nowhere. Is it going nowhere? Right or wrong? I mean, we all have Android phones, right? And we are using them. Even our grandmothers, some of them have Android phones, and they come to you and say, please, show me what is this, what's up, what is this? And we have to train them. So later on, apparently the phones are going to be on our palms. And that's the reality. So, I mean, if you were in the times when I was young, when we had that phone where you had to do this on the phone and to ring out, now you just call out and, yes, you call somebody and then you call their name, or you call Bixby, or you call, what's the other one? Siri, and they tell you what to do, or they go on. So that's the reality that we are faced with. So when you are thinking about having your business, be productive in your business. Understand that AI is here to stay. Be realistic, be futuristic, and allow your business to grow with what is happening in the future, not in the past. Do not look at the past. And make sure that you are 100% focused on making your business AI integrated. Thank you so much. Any questions? Any questions? Any comments? I think you're a very quiet group. I've never had such a quiet group before. But thank you so much. Take care.
Hey, people. Hey, people. Am I loud enough? Then how come you're not loud enough? I say, hey, people. Yeah, nice to have you here once more. We're happy to have you back here together. So my name remains Frances Aborigo, the founder of Shimej, and we're happy to start the hands-on masterclass now. But before we go on to that, I want to receive a signal from them that we are ready. Okay? But before then, I would like you to take a selfie, capture your neighbor, and make a post on your social media account. Are you ready to do that? I'm not presenting. Thank you. Yeah, so take a selfie right now. I want to see the phones. I want to see these phones. Take a selfie, make a post, put the hashtag GTA Conference, NIDA, and share what is going on right now. I would like you to do that. Okay? Yeah. So, okay. So it will be much fun that the only person standing now should be the ushers. Yeah, we want everybody to be seated. Yeah, if your devices are ready, make sure you have good internet connection. Hello. Hey, Google. So did anyone use Google Assistant during the break yesterday? Yeah. So did anyone use Google Assistant during the yesterday? Yeah, only one person. So we still don't trust this AI thing. Oh, yeah, I'm seeing more hands now. Please, we are surrounded by AI. You can't help it. Okay? So who has heard and used Cisco Meraki? Is an AI tool. Oh, you have? Yeah, that's cool. Because the very day I came in contact with this Cisco Meraki, and I was like, there is still so many things that we can achieve. And it's not the only AI that can detect movements. So the goal, when the presentation was done, the goal was to help detect movements. Maybe you have an old parent that is at home living alone. You can notice when he or she is feeling unwell, sitting in one place for a long time, unhealthy position, or maybe moving far away from the device. You can tell. Then for shoplifting, you will notice when the person's face, the eye is moving rapidly, looking for what to steal and who is looking. And then it alerts the people in the room to check on this guy. He's almost going to steal something. Before he steals, is that not better than when the person has stolen and you're now using CCTV to find out who it is? So think about what you can do in your business to apply AI. Seriously, it's going to help you a great deal. Okay? So we're going to start the hands-on training, and the person that will be helping us today from the Shimerge team is Oluchi Okezie, and I want to be sure she's coming up on stage right now. Please, please, we don't have so much time. So the conversation now is more like, hey Google, hey Siri, hey Alexa, hey you, hey me. Yeah. So today, so we know actually on Wednesday, there were some things we are supposed to do, which we had technical glitches. So today we're going to start from there, and hopefully everybody will work at the same pace so we can achieve much more faster today. So I want to be sure the screen. Hello, every single minute counts. So after the hands-on, we're going to be introduced to a SOSA AI. Is that not cool? Something sounding like us. Has anyone heard of a SOSA AI here? Ask a SOSA. One day you will hear, whose name should I use? Choma AI. Or Davido AI. Bolanle AI. Yeah, and the good part of it is that when we use things that reflect us as Africans, it's like acting. Yeah, it's personalizing our own strength. I love it on Fridays like this. I get to see a lot of Ankara and all our fabric and our natural hair showing up with the different stars. It brings it home. We're not forming. We are being ourselves, isn't it? So I'm waiting. So, so does anyone want to say something? I would like someone from the crowd to help me. So which is your best AI tool? Which one? Maybe we'll hear about it for the first time. Maybe your name AI. I would like to hear, which of them is your best AI tool? Who wants to share? Okay, go ahead. Please, can she get a microphone over there? Your best AI tool, you've used it and it's like your extension of your hands. Is someone helping? Microphone? Okay, please. Amplify. OpenAI. Oh, that's cool. OpenAI generally. Did you create any apps using OpenAI? Okay, use automation. Content creation using ChatGPT, right? Oh, that's cool. Yes. So when you want to personalize your content, make it sound more like a Nigerian, does it do that for you? You do it yourself, but do you know that AI can do that for you? Oh, you've not tried it? Because I have. Okay, yeah. Are you for real? Are you for real? Yeah. Me, I beg to differ. Seriously, like I stand gidigba for this. You know why? Because I have done that and I've prompted AI, not ChatGPT anyway, maybe it's quite strict, because when I found other ones, I use all of them. Like whichever one my phone opens first goes for me. So I asked it to generate a content for me. It did. I said, do it like a Nigerian. Add my reference Nigerian. I was seeing Abi. Seriously, AI came up with it. So it's intelligent, it's growing. Give it a reason to be better, okay? So the reason why I deferred is because I have done it and I have seen it. So all I needed was lift it and post it where I wanted to. And the real thing, me, I like using, as I'm speaking English, I had Nigerian pidgin, you understand? So, and it was able to pick that. So another thing you can also do, you know Tekabal, you know Zikoko Mag, you know how their language is so personalized, like Nigerian with pidgin, Gen Z conversations. So I might ask it when I'm making my prompt, make reference to these people's kind of writing. I mention them. Then, so when you're writing your prompt to be more detailed, then you get exactly what you want. Force it to learn. We are here to use it, so it has to serve us, right? So does any other person want to share her AI too? Okay, go ahead. Oh, okay, let's hear from a guy first, then we hear from a lady. Okay, go ahead. Gemini, that's amazing. That's Google family, right? Yeah, you use them. So what do you do with Google Gemini?
My first project that I had, I use Google Gemini for everything.
You use it very well.
Yeah.
For keyword search and the rest, right? Are you a content creator?
No.
Oh, what do you do with it?
I'm a CEO of Alceci Technologies.
Okay.
So we craft softwares, we build softwares for businesses. So anytime I want to do my, the algorithm of how the website will look like, I use Google Gemini for that.
You use Google Gemini. That's beautiful. I haven't even used Google Gemini to that extent, but now is another reason for me to try something else. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for him? Okay. So then the lady in red. So tell me, which AI tool do you use the most? You know, sometimes we get introduced. There are so many of them right now. Yeah. So you can introduce yourself first.
Good morning. My name is Tessie. And I use a couple of AIs, but right now my favorite is Julius. Like, it's so amazing that I can just prompt it and say, I want it to do maybe a pie chart or a bar chart for me. It's going to do it. I'll prompt the colors I want. It's going to bring it, and then it will say, do I want it to go further, or do I want something else? Do I want to customize it to the way I want? So yeah, that's currently my favorite.
Yeah, that's cool. Thank you. So that reminds me, how many people have used, how many product designers are here? Product designers, just one. That's cool. So product designers, you know about Figma AI now. Like, life is made easier. How many have used Canva AI, WhatsApp AI, Telegram AI? You understand? So I'm telling you that you can't avoid it. AI is everywhere. So all you need to do is to learn. Just like I told you the last time, AI is not taking your job, but the person that knows how to use AI is taking your job. So who is into travel and tourism here? Travels, tourism? Nobody. Because ASOSA has taken your job. ASOSA AI has done that against you. Oh, that is ASOSA. I cannot be looking at you. But what I'm saying is that you can see how it's getting into people's job. So before, we used to pay a graphic designer, get pictures, pay creative markets, you go and buy images. But now all you need to do, ordinary WhatsApp can generate images that reflect what you're thinking. So are we good to go? I will bite somebody today. Okay, so I'm very happy she's coming on stage. I'm very, very, very happy. So we're going to use some new AI tools. Yeah, I can see there are a few people that have explored AI, but not necessarily, because when you do Google search, you know you're having an artificial intelligence assist you. How many of us understand that Microsoft Word uses AI? Well, how does it correct, underline your own name? None of our names are in the dictionary, except if it's English name. Someone said, if you know that Microsoft Word used to underline your name in red, let's gather together and take a selfie. Yeah, almost all of us. So that is AI. So don't think that there is something special. But today we're going to meet something special. So I'm leaving the stage for our team to come and share with us.
Good morning, everyone. I believe we've been actually engaging and we've been deriving lots of knowledge in today's section. Thank you so much for having me around. My name is Oluchi Okezie. I'm a CRM facilitator. I instruct professionals on how to use various CRM softwares like HubSpot, Zoho, Salesforce. Also, we have there's a lead generation software tool called SalesQL, and other customer support engagement tools like Zendesk. Okay, I'm also a freelancer on different platforms like Upwork, on Fiverr. So thank you so much for having me around. Okay, I believe every one of us here, we enjoy working efficiently and we enjoy working smartly, right? You don't like so much hassle when it comes to like getting contacts, maybe like your potential clients or information. I'm going to be teaching you guys a software. It's a lead generation tool, okay? How you can verify, how you can extract or you can scrape potential client information, verified information, okay? So this is a tool called SalesQL. SalesQL is a lead generation software tool which is being used for you to get information for different clients. Maybe, for instance, you have a product you want to pitch. Maybe let's say, for instance, like those who are like software developers. You have a software you have created, and you want to pitch this particular product to a particular audience. So who are your audience? Your audience are those in the oil and gas industry. For instance, now maybe you developed, because I know like people like Schlumberger, Mobil, they use different kinds of softwares so that they can actually like produce a lot of oil, reduce carbon emission and other stuff like that. It can actually be even other kinds of product that you have. Maybe you actually created either a project management software tool. Who are your target audience? Project managers, operation managers, human resources. So for instance, you have a client, and a client wants you to pitch a product or a service to different people, to different markets. It could be locally or internationally. And the client is asking you, okay, we want to do a cold calling, we want to do a cold email to these clients. So I'd like you to like get about either 1,000 people. Maybe like, for instance, I want to pitch my product. Maybe I have a software which I've developed for the oil and gas industries. Who do I target? Number one, the reservoir engineers, because they need this software, right? So that they can work efficiently, so they can produce lots of oil and reduce carbon emission. Number two, who do I reach to? Who do I reach out to? Decision makers. Before you can get these people, get this software from your company, you know, you have other people involved. You have the board of directors. You have those that will give the final verdict and stuff like that. Then also production engineers. Okay, so I'm going to be actually showing you guys. But for you to reach out to this client, you need to have a LinkedIn profile, because those are where you can get your clients. Okay, so for instance, I employ you. I say, okay, I want to pitch this software to some people. I want to pitch it to like reservoir engineers, production engineers, decision makers, and other people. So I need you to get their verified emails. You know, when you're going to be sending emails to these clients, if you send an email to maybe to my email, and which is not verified, it will bounce back, right? It won't go through. If you call me, maybe you called me maybe on the wrong number, it won't go through. But LinkedIn already has all these people. They have their emails. They have their active emails, because definitely if you're going to be logging in, if you're going to be like signing into LinkedIn, you have to ensure that your email is on LinkedIn and you have a verified email, a verified phone number. Most people actually update their profiles too. Okay, so for you to extract these people's email, and this client, what they do is that most of them will tell you that, okay, generate like 400 reservoir engineer. I need their first name, I need their last name, I need a verified phone number, I need a verified email, and I need a personal LinkedIn URL and their company's URL. Everything, this particular software you see here, SalesQL, it will scrape it for you. It will extract all the information. So these particular job titles, you can see yourself as a lead generation specialist because these are leads. Leads are like potential clients, organizations, which we want to interact with, okay? We want to pitch our products to. So when we talk about leads, you're talking about people that you have actually come in contact with, you have gotten their information, and the next thing you're doing is to pitch your product. Then you start nurturing these leads, and you follow them up so that you can convert them to customers. Is that clear? So for those who are in the sales department, if you actually have people you want to like sell your product to, this software will help you work efficiently. In fact, it will actually help you to reduce the hassle of you going to start telling people, go out there, go and look for customers. This software will help you do everything, as long as you have an active LinkedIn profile. And you have to ensure that you build your connections on LinkedIn because you want to like interact with your first connection, second connection, and the third connection. I'm going to explain that to you, okay? The first connection is, for instance, this is connection 1, connection 2, and 3. I am directly connected with this person. That's my first connection, okay? I have sent this person an invite. She has accepted my invite, and we are connected. The second connection is your first connection, direct first connection. I'm not connected with the second connection, but because I know the first connection, and that's first connection, no second connection, so we are like sort of indirectly connected. And the third connection is the second connection, direct connection. Do you understand? Okay, so I believe we all have a LinkedIn profile, okay? Please, if your LinkedIn profile is not up to like 500, you have to build it because you're going to be deriving a lot of customers, okay? If you're going to actually use this software, it won't scrape a lot of information for you, okay? So right now, this is my LinkedIn profile, okay? For instance, I've been given a task to generate like either 2,000 because on LinkedIn, you can derive over 1,000 clients, 2,000 clients. You can derive that information. You can derive everything you want about them, okay? So right now, this is the reservoir engineer right now. I want to get that information. So all you have to do, you have to ensure you have to install this extension, okay? So please listen carefully, but you have to use it on your laptop. It's not designed for a phone because of the features and other things on it. So you have to use a laptop. So all you have to do, you just go to SalesQL on your Google search bar, and you scroll down, you see where you have to install Chrome browser extension. So when you install the browser extension, then you click on Add to Chrome. When you add to Chrome, can you see that icon, just like a memory card there, beside the SalesQL icon? When you click there, okay, just click there, up, just go up. No, okay, yes, yeah. The one in the middle, yes, click there. Can you see that my SalesQL is pinned? You know why? Because when you open your LinkedIn, the SalesQL icon is by the side of your LinkedIn because SalesQL and LinkedIn, they work hand in hand, okay? They work hand in hand. So that's it. It's okay. Thank you. You can just close it. So it's already pinned. So when you install, it's not so hard for you to install. Just follow the prompt. They're going to ask you some questions, and they might ask you, okay, what do you want to use, the kind of name? You can decide to pull in maybe your name and the workspace. It's not so hard for you to navigate, okay? It's very easy for you to install. But you have to ensure you use a desktop to do that, okay? It's not compatible with your phone. It's only designed for the desktop. So I already have my LinkedIn profile open. You can decide to scrape data of either real estate surveyors, human resources manager. It's not only in Nigeria. There are lots of locations, even outside Nigeria, if you want to get these people's information. Okay, so right now, I have, when you type in reservoir engineer, I've typed that in, you have to go to people because we're looking for people, right? Okay, so click on the first, second, and third connection because I want to get lots of them. Can you see that? Okay. Click on the second too. You can see it's extracting it. Click on the third connection. If you want to scrape loads and loads of information. Okay, look, these people are Nigerians. If you actually want to get information, maybe you want to get these people's information, maybe in other countries, you click on location. This is how to use a LinkedIn profile, the filters here. Click on location. You can decide to click on United States. Just click inside United States, the box there, and Houston, Texas too. Then click on Show Results. And you see what it's doing right now? And see that it's going to help you to like work so smartly. And can you see all this information? Can you see this lady's information in the seat? You can see the envelope, that's the email. You can see the phone number. You can see, okay, just click on Select All. Click inside the box there. I'm going to select all. And when you install the SalesQL, they just give you 50 credits. That 50 credits is if you're using the free platform, it means 50 clients you can derive, okay? So you can see, we're going to click on Reveal and Update. Extracting their information right now. I believe we all love this tool. You can get paid for this. If your client employs you for this kind of task, some clients pay for $200 just for you to get this information for them. And they call you a lead generation specialist. It's a lead generation software tool. It's, okay, still going because we have a lot of them here. Just scroll down. Okay, keep scrolling. Okay, I think it has generated. Then click inside that box beside upgrade there. All the information will pop, no, just go up, yeah, this. It will pop up on your dashboard. You will see everything on your dashboard. There's only 5 we got here. Okay, okay. But you can do more than that, okay? Let me tell you the difference. Just scroll up, okay? Can you see this blue tick? We all know what the blue tick represents, right? What does it represent? Thank you so much. It's verified. And you don't want to send a client an unverified email, right? It will bounce back. When the client now decides to send a mail to that contact, they'll be like, what happened? This mail did not go through. So you want to be efficient. You have to be very smart when you're working, when you're dealing with people like this, okay? So what you have to do, click inside the email there, that icon, the drop-down box there. Click inside there. Just scroll up. Where do you have the email? The head, no, email. Just go beside the list status. No, this one here. Yeah, just keep going left. Yeah. The drop-down. Yes, click on the drop-down there. Click inside there. So we're going to remove the unverified email because what SalesQL does is that SalesQL will extract both the verified and the unverified emails. I don't want to send an unverified email to my client. I don't want to send a contact. I don't want to pitch my product to an unverified email because it will bounce back. So click inside that box. And it's going to show you only verified emails. You can see that. You can see all their emails. You can just click inside one of the client's information. Just click on the, where we have the, just go up where we have the shell, the name here. Yeah, just click here. Click inside there. Click there. It's going to pop up everything. Can you see their email, their phone numbers popping up? Can you see the email? Please don't send your client this unverified email, okay? You can see where we have the copy icon there. But the thing about SalesQL, you can export this information. Okay? It's either you export on Excel or CSV format, okay? But the thing is that if you're going to be doing some formatting, okay, don't export using the CSV. I will show you how you can export. Can you see? It will bring up everything about this client, where the client has worked, previous employer, even their recent position and everything. You can see all the information of this client has come up, okay? So you don't have to start calling and telling people, oh, please, can I? No. SalesQL will do all this for you, okay? Whatever location you're looking for people, okay? As long as you have a product, know your target audience. That's the most important thing. Know your target audience and get their information and do a cold calling or cold email. This has worked for me. It has worked for me. And another good thing about this, okay, just close it. Click just the X. You can see where we have the export. Can you see export there? That means that you can actually, your client might tell you, okay, I need this information on an Excel sheet. See, let me tell you, you have work to do when it comes to exporting, okay? The information is going to come up messy. It will be scattered. But your client is going to give you the information he or she needs. The client will tell you, okay, I need a first name, a last name, position, the company, the person's LinkedIn URL, everything will come up when you export. Then what you have to do, just delete the other column that you don't need. Make sure you make it look neat, okay? So that when you send it to your client, they can use it to like pitch that product. But this can also work for you too. If you're into sales or marketing and you want to pitch your product, you want to sell either a product to a client, you can use this and you can craft a compelling message to this client and send the email to this client, okay? And the good thing about SalesQL works with HubSpot. Have you heard about HubSpot? You can integrate SalesQL with HubSpot. And what you have to do is scroll down, you'll see where we have the integration aspect. The left pane here, yes, just scroll down. Keep scrolling down. You can see that I have about 50 credits here, okay? That 50 credit means that you're only entitled to have like 50 clients' information because it's a free tool. They have different pricing, but the pricing actually is affordable, okay? You can use a paid version. They have different paid versions depending on what you want to do. Then you can also work as a team. Whoever actually is going, the admin is going to add you. Maybe you can have like more than one person here, okay? You're entitled to like use it together. Scroll down. No, not that one. Down. Is that all? I want to show you how we can integrate it, but I want to just let you know that when you integrate SalesQL with HubSpot, you see all this information you're seeing here. Like for HubSpot, for those who are into sales, you want to track sales, you want to bring people into your sales funnel, because SalesQL is not going to do that just only for lead generation. You can use that even to make calls, schedule appointments on the CRM. You can actually send emails to them. You know, you can send email right now here, okay? Because this is just a lead generation software tool. But when you integrate it, when you come down to the settings, you will see where they have the integration icon there. So you can either integrate the SalesQL to HubSpot or to Zapier or to MailChimp. Okay, you're going to see different types of CRM softwares where you can integrate it. So when you integrate SalesQL to HubSpot, all these leads that you have extracted, everything automatically pops up on the HubSpot CRM, where you can start carrying out your sales activities. And the good thing about HubSpot is that there are various activities you can carry out. You can carry out even the customer support activities. You can raise tickets on HubSpot. You can schedule appointments with your clients. You can make calls on HubSpot, okay? You can do a lot of various things on HubSpot. Even you can close deals on HubSpot. When you have a client, you guys actually have opened a deal, and you can track your deals. And it's actually also give you a report of all your activities you have carried out on HubSpot. So that's the good thing about it. SalesQL, it's not something that is very hard for you to like understand. It's a very, very wonderful software. The interface is very friendly. It's very friendly. And you know what? The good thing is that you can have more than one folder. For instance, you want to also extract other job titles. This is just for reservoir engineer. You have to go back to your LinkedIn, and maybe you want to like get in human resources manager, either in California or United States. So this is already a folder for reservoir engineer. So when you extract that, you can put another new folder, and you can put in the name human resources manager. So whichever one you want to like export and arrange and send it to your client, it's left for you. Okay, that's it. So it's a very, very wonderful tool. It's a very beautiful tool. Thank you so much. Okay, so I believe we've all actually grabbed one thing or the other here, right? So for all those who are into sales, if you're into market, even clients too, employers too, okay? You see, these softwares, they just make your work easy. That's the good thing about all these softwares. They make your work easy, okay? So do you have any question? And if you don't have a LinkedIn profile, I encourage you guys, please get a LinkedIn profile, because these are where your clients are, okay? You can't go and get your clients, you can't get potential clients like this either on Facebook, okay? You can't get them on all these IG, no. If you want to get clients where you want to carry out your marketing activities, where you want to carry out your sales, where you want to pitch your products, LinkedIn, all of them are on LinkedIn. And the good part of it is that LinkedIn has loads and loads of clients, thousands of them. A lot of them, if you want to get like, I did a job for a client. I extracted over 2,000 clients. I was doing the cold email, and I closed a deal for this client in the United States. The guy actually is a software engineer. He developed an oil and gas industry, and he was able to close a deal over more than $50,000. So that's the thing, that's a good thing. And my client was like, Chichi, I'm going to give you some commission out of this, okay? Because it's fun. When they told me how much I was going to get, I was like, no problem, but it's something that is very exciting. So what we had to do, we had to use the sales skill and the upsport. It made our work very easy. My client said to me, Chichi, I can't do what you're doing. When he wants me to send an email, say, Chichi, please send this email to this client, because I like the way you send emails to this client. Because these people, they don't like stress. They just like do this and everything. So I was doing the cold emailing, I was doing the cold calling, I was the one scheduling an appointment for the clients, and we had to actually close a deal. It's a very good software that is used by oil and gas industries. It's in dollars, okay? So this is a very wonderful software. So I encourage you guys, get a LinkedIn profile, build a connection. See, you can connect to a lot of people all over the world on LinkedIn. They used to have like Social Saturday where you connect, you sell yourself. Okay, you sell yourself. Ensure that you have an optimized profile. Use a very good picture. In fact, sell yourself. Your profile will really want to sell you. You can actually even start doing this right now. You can use this. You can use a free version, and when you use this, you can put it as a portfolio. You can put it on your portfolio. Some clients were like, "Okay, I need a lead generation specialist." I know most of these people, they want to see that you have done something like this. Before this client gave me a job, I used to do a job like this. Where I get people's information. The client then asked me, "Can you show me a sample of a lead generation job you have done?" I just remembered a job I used to do then in my ministry as a welfare director. I just popped it up. He said, "Okay, that's good to go." I was the one that even introduced this software to my client. He didn't know about it. I said, "This software is a very good software." And he was like, "Okay, fine." So he paid for this, and he paid for upsport. That was how I started using the stuff for him. And it went so well. He was able to like connect with a lot of people because he's not in Nigeria. I was here in Nigeria, so I was the one heading the company here. And we're able to do so much. Thank you so, so much. Thank you. Do you have any question for me? Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Oluchi.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for analyzing. Sorry, I just want to ask, this software, is there any subscription attached to it, or how do you buy, or you will just get the help? Or please, can you help me on that?
Okay, no, you don't buy. I said when you go to your Google search bar and type in SalesQ. When you type in SalesQ, you click on enter, then you scroll down, you see where you can install the Chrome browser extension. Please, you're going to see Google Chrome and Edge. Just click on Google Chrome, then you click on Add to Chrome. When you click on Add to Chrome, you have to log in with either your Gmail account or your LinkedIn account, okay? Whichever one. You don't buy it, okay? But it's only if you want to use other features. Like some of the features might not actually work because right now, if you're using the free version, you might not have, you might not be actually entitled to see all either their full phone number. You just see the phone number in bits. But when you pay for a platform, if you want to know more about the pricing, just click on pricing, say SalesQ pricing. You will see different pricing there. So when you pay for a plan, then you can use all the features there, okay? But as a starter, start with the free version so that you get used to it. But have it in mind, if you're using the free version part, you cannot export because the export aspect, you need to pay for it, okay? You will see where you export either on CSV or Microsoft Excel. I said earlier on, for CSV, let me tell you what happened. When I exported on CSV, I was not informed, but I had to do my search. I had to do some exporting because, you know, I would like making my task easy. So I had to put in some information in a drop-down list, and I sent it to my client. So when I opened it, I found out that my client will not see everything. I begged the client, this was the client on Upwork. I said, "Please, sir, can you disregard that email, please? I'm sending another one to you." I was already panicking. I said, "What do I do?" I had to now do some Google search. So that was when I now found out that if you export using the CSV and you format, you won't get all the information. But when you do it on Excel and Microsoft Excel, you will see everything. So I had to tell the client. My client was like, "No problem, that's okay." So I had to export on Excel. But you have to ensure that the information is arranged, please, okay? Remove the other columns that you don't need. Just give the client the most important one. Increase your font, make it look good, okay? So that even when you see your own work, you'll be like, "I'm proud of myself," okay? Thank you so much. Does anybody else have any question for me? You have a question, okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Oluchi. Thank you so much for analyzing. So, sorry, I just want to ask, this software, is it Hello. Thank you very much. My question is it any recorded video that someone can just sit and, learn more on this thing? Is there anything like that?
If you want to learn more,
Yes. Maybe we have a video to put you through, like a form of tutorial.
okay, if you want to learn more, okay, so you have to, we'll see maybe after the meeting, you can meet us and Shimej, okay? So we'll learn more about that. Okay. Any other question? Okay.
All right. Does the software only work with Chrome extension? Because I'm not using Chrome on my laptop. I'm not using Windows. I'm using Linux. So Linux does not have Chrome version. We only use Firefox. Does Firefox add the extension of this software you're talking about?
No, it's a Chrome extension. Right. It is stated there is a Chrome extension. So you can get the Chrome, just as long as you just download your Google Chrome, okay, on your system.
I cannot download Google Chrome.
You can download it. Yes. Oh, so sorry about that, okay. Just it's a Google Chrome extension. That's what you use it, because you're going to see Chrome and Edge. Please don't click on Edge. Just click on Google Chrome extension, because that's what it's compatible with. Okay. So, any other thing? Okay. Okay. You want to ask a question? Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, my question is there any other software we can use apart from SaySQL? Because there was a time my tutor gave me a job like this. Actually, I use SaySQL, but I found out about Contact Us. So I don't know if that one is a verified software also.
Yeah, the other softwares we can use, like Octopus, they have other, like email finders, they have other things, but it depends on what you actually want, because this actually works well for every one of us. This one is something that you don't have to start, okay, I have to start. Some people actually find it hard to use other ones, but this one actually is in fact, is a game changer for anyone. The other lead software and lead generation software you can use, but I recommend SaySQL. You can see that it's very easy to navigate because it works alongside with LinkedIn. That's the good thing about it. It works alongside with LinkedIn. So if you want to get any kind of lead, just ensure that your LinkedIn profile is opened, and please build a connection. If you're going to having like 2 people on LinkedIn, how many people do you want to extract? How many clients do you want to extract? Okay, you want to convert these clients to customers. You want to get them buy your products and services, okay? And you want to nurture these clients. So you have to ensure you're building a profile. Please send connections to people, engage. For those in sales and marketing, let me tell you how I got my first job on Upwork. It was by engagement. When you engage in people's comments, that was how somebody now sent me a message and said, oh, how do you send your emails? How do you send cover letters on Upwork? I told the person, I actually craft compelling proposals to clients. I don't send a general kind of proposal. When a client is looking for a website developer, I tell the client what we can do. When a client is looking for a data entry, I don't just send a general one. That was how I got my first job. When I did the first job for this guy, this client recommended me to a bigger client. They were calling me for referral. That was how I was not getting referral, because they were getting projects. Because of the way I was sending emails, I was compelling, as in crafting, convincing proposals for clients, and they were getting projects. Okay, so that's the thing. Thank you so much. Okay, so I'll be running off here. I want to say a big thank you. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for having me around. Okay, so if you want to know more about this, okay, you can just see me after today's section. Thank you so much. Thank you, Frances, for having me. Thank you.
So those that are looking for this thing, see your stuff. So hi people. Did you learn something new? Are you going home to show off? Yes, I said, we like our woof. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. So forgive me. The thing is that last time, that was on Tuesday, we talked about marketing, we talked about e-commerce, we talked about being present online and building your personal brand, even though I didn't talk about that in details. But you can see how important this is. Sales SQL, ordinary Chrome plugin. How many of us knew it was existing before? or only one person. Now you see what you can do. So those people that are looking for a job, you can shoot your shots. Email, they available. Because it's not illegal. They made their contact email available. So you just get that email and send them an email. And there is still ethics to sending email. Don't just go say hi and expect the person to say hello before you say something else. Please shoot properly. If you don't know how to create a proper email, who should you ask? Who should you ask? So don't underestimate yourself. Don't play low. You understand? I talked about understanding your market size. That's very much important for you to know how you're playing. If your market size, if the general market is up to $600 million and you're getting less than $1,000 a month, trust me, you're not in the game. No, you're not. You're still warming up, okay? In fact, you're not warming up, you're still sleeping. So the best thing is find a way to play big, right? Very importantly, and we as women, how many of us were here yesterday? Were you at the panel session? You heard everything that was said. In fact, when I came here and I sat down quietly, that was in the other end, at the epicenter. I told myself, today is my day, because it was focused on women. And this is Women's Series. We are still having this conversation. So think about how not to play small. We are talking about 30% of women in leadership positions and doing stuff with tech. So what happens to the other 20% if we want to play 50-50? You understand me? So now, before I continue, I want to be sure that Esosa AI, the team is ready. I'm waiting. So if you're ready, you can come up on stage. I don't want to take your time. So now, if you're feeling thirsty or feeling hungry and you want to take something from the back, please, you can walk through, but please don't, you style, do it. Don't let me notice. Don't all of us stand up like all arise and move. No. Just you style. If your neighbor is leaving, stay. Or else I'll give you a report card. That exit card, right? That exit card. Come and show me your exit card before you go behind. So quietly go behind, take what you want to eat and sit down. We are not having any other break right now because we have little time left with us. We want to be through by 12 p.m. So I was talking about travels and tours. We said AI will not take your job, but someone that knows how to do AI and people that create AI will. So I mentioned the fact that when it comes to travel and tours, AI is doing it already. And if you are still thinking of your business or how to go about it, please don't delay. And try to see how you can incorporate AI into your business. We cannot say this enough. We cannot say this enough, okay? So feel free to trust AI to do some certain things for you, except if you like headache. How many of us like headache here? How many of us like to see our doctors? Yeah, so if you don't like headache, AI is here to assist you. So I don't know why I'm still waiting for us, sister. Please come up stage. Yeah. I think I should see the two co-founders. So at least we will know in case we jam you on the road. We'll say, Esosa. We are quarreling with Esosa today. So thank you very much. So they're going to introduce us to how to use AI and how they successfully use AI to be solving problems. And I heard the amount they've made using this tool.
Hi, everyone. We're kind of having a dull face this morning. Please, I want some energy, right? You guys know what we call energy. Please, I want some energy. So, hi. Like, hi. Thank you very much. So, my name is Ebenezer, but before we start, I think I'll allow Azan to sit down. This is my co-founder here. His name is Azan. I'll allow him to sit. He's going to come in later to kind of show you guys some things so that it won't be bugging up on the stage. So he will be back. So thank you very much, everyone. So to start with, I really want this presentation to be very relatable and very conversational. It's not just going to be an Ebenezer standing up here speaking things. I want it to be very, very relatable with us. So I'd like us to raise our hands. I have a story, right? How many of us have experienced that thing when our parents will call us and they'll be in their room and call us from another room and say, Susan, Shalewa, come and close the window for me. You guys experience that thing, right? So that would take me to my next slide, and I'm going to be telling you my very first AI story. So I have an AI story. So when I was young, just as the example I gave, my dad was reading a newspaper one day, and he called me. He was like, Ebenezer, come, pass me that remote. So when you pass me the remote, of course, my AI story is not going to be the one that you guys are expecting me to say yet. It's an arithmetic intelligence. So he said, Ebenezer, what is 5,000 times 12 months? Right. And I gave him the answer. However, imagine my dad in that situation is trying to do a couple of things all at the same time. So what AI does for you is to simplify your life, whereby you can do loads of simultaneous things all at once. So imagine a system doing the job of almost 1,000 employees. That's the beauty of AI. So just to recap again, my name is Ebenezer. People call me Eben. I'm glad to say I am an AI evangelist, and I work at Esosa. So let's go into AI. So getting to know AI, exactly. What is AI? A lot of people say, I even called it arithmetic intelligence just now. AI, as it sounds, simulates human intelligence in machines. Believe it or not, it's coming. Like the wave is coming. So what happens to AI is that it enables, the way they are designed, enables it to learn, reason, and self-correct. So AI actions include learning and acquisition of information. So basically, as human beings, over our lifetime, we get to learn things. What defines Ebenezer right now is basically the permutation of what I've experienced since the day I was born till now. So meaning that if you have an AI working for you, right, and you load it with the adequate information, it could do loads of stuffs. So looking at, apologies, I think, yeah. So with AI, right, the possibility of AI is super endless. Like when I say endless, I mean endless. In terms of learning, customer service, entrepreneurship, health and well-being, customer service, education, personal assistant. At Esosa, we actually use AI for travels. Of course, we'll get to that later. So, but this morning, right, I'm going to be focusing more on entrepreneur because looking at people's faces, given the energy you all gave me when I entered, means that there are loads of people that are looking to make impact here. So, spotlighting on entrepreneurship, right? Apologies, guys. My slide is really, really messing up. Can you someone just press next for me? Thank you. All right. All right, so spotlighting on entrepreneurship, right? So AI entrepreneurship and business. So, like I said, if you don't use AI is not going to take your job, but somebody that uses AI will most likely do. So artificial intelligence is revolutionizing the landscape of entrepreneurship and business, you like it or not, offering innovative solutions and transformative opportunity that can reshape how companies operate, complex, and grow. I used to run a branding and marketing agency a couple of years ago, and I can tell you for a fact, when we are doing branding, when we are doing communication projects, sometimes it takes us days to actually come up with a content calendar for a company. When ChatGPT came into play, I had to pull off at least 5 people from my team. And the reason for this is basically because the things we would have done in 1 month, we literally get it done in hours, sometimes minutes. So now I want to walk us through some of the ways where AI can actually benefit us, can empower our business. So starting from enhanced decision making, right? When we talk about AI-powered tools analyze vast amounts of data to provide actionable insights, helping entrepreneurs to make informed decisions. Predictive analysis can forecast market trends. So imagine you being able to have a tool right in your pocket or right in your room that can tell you the potential amount that you can make in your company in 2 years' time. Imagine being able to, the way we explore AI in Esosa, where you are coming to Lagos to have fun, and AI can literally do the working of going through the different platforms in Lagos and building an itinerary for you. That's what AI can do. It can help you make decisions even better. Then on the screen, we kind of highlight a couple of AI tools that you can actually use. Of course, the time we have might not be enough to walk you through all these tools, but in course of the presentation, I'll show a QR code. We kind of highlight 100 AI tools that can help you in different avenues. So all you just have to do is to scan that AI tool and read through and see the one that actually fits for your business, because we understand that everyone are here and everyone do different businesses. So going to the next slide is improved customer experience. The interesting thing is, one thing that bargains in business, one thing that affects business people is that human error is almost inevitable. There's always human error. And when you talk about customer experience, you really want to give your customer the best of experience. You really want them to have a full understanding and a full enjoyment of what exactly your company does, your product is, amongst others. Please, can you put the slide? Thank you. So in terms of improved customer experience, right, it enables hyper-personalized marketing by analyzing customer data to tailor recommendations and offers to them. This is one of the things we leverage at Esosa. And communication, this leads to higher engagement and conversion rate. So you can go to bed and understand that, okay, nobody is being responded to badly in my business because they're in a bad mood. Nobody is being responded wrongly in my customers because somebody just lost someone, or maybe somebody is in a terrible headspace. Next slide, please. So as you can see, here are some of the tools that you can actually use to improve your customer experience. We have the intercom, we have the dialogue flow, and we have the Amazon Lex. Next slide, please. So AI for startup. I know that we have loads of people here that are looking to build a startup. Currently, Esosa is actually at the stage of starting up, and obviously we are looking towards at least changing the landscape very soon. So AI tools gather and analyze market data, identifying gaps and opportunities for new products and services, and providing a competitive edge. Trust me, what we are doing with Esosa today, if we had to do it with human beings, it's definitely going to cost a lot. It's going to cost a lot in terms of operations. It's going to cost a lot in terms of logistics. So with AI innovating in your startup, you are sure to get loads of things done. And that's why I'm bringing up our baby here. Our name is Esosa. We have the Gemini, we have the OpenAI, which everybody is kind of very familiar with. So next slide, please. So the last one I will be speaking about here is competitive advantage, right? AI is not going to come for your job. AI is not going to come for your business, right? But somebody that uses AI, somebody that implements AI will most likely do. So what do you have to do? You could use AI to create competitive advantage. So AI can help you monitor competitors. So imagine me, personally, I'm an Arsenal fan. Imagine me being a coach of Arsenal, for example. I literally can use an AI to understudy how every other team plays. And I use that to my advantage to make my team play better or to make my team do better. Imagine you being a fashion person, and all you just have to do is to go to the AI, and the AI develop loads of ways that your business can actually churn out. The different clothes makers out there find a way to compile everything and create something beautiful and amazing for you. So now, in conclusion, right, and going to the part I told you about regarding the QR code. So embracing AI can transform your personal and professional lives. So by understanding and leveraging AI, you can unlock new opportunities, enhance productivity, and contribute to a brighter future. So, of course, like I said, the time couldn't be enough to actually walk us through loads of these AI tools. So I'll be displaying some sort of QR code shortly. The QR code contains 100 AI tools that can do loads of things in terms of the fashion, in terms of communication, in terms of content, in terms of business management. All the beautiful things I've said so far, there's an AI tool in that QR code that can help you out. So if you could just press next for me, the QR code pops on the screen and you can see what I'm talking about. So if you can scan, it has loads of AI, so you can save it for later. You don't have to start reading through now because it's loads of pages. You can take your time, have a look through the different AI tools, and I think it will be an amazing time when you get started with one. So, just a minute, are we done scanning? Can we have a feedback if we are done scanning, please? Sorry? All right. So you should have access to a document that contains about 100 different tools. Explore those tools, and I'll be very happy and looking forward to the amazing things we are going to do with the tools. Please, can you have us click the next button? Thank you. So, before I go, right, I'm going to be calling on my co-founder, a very interesting person. His name is Azan. I'll let him tell you a little bit about Esosa. I don't like the energy I had the last time. So when Azan is coming out, I want a shout or a clap or anything because he's an amazing person. Azan.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Hassan Kolaole, and I'm here to, just share a bit of light on what we do at Esosa. So at Esosa, what we do is making everyone, every traveler, every customer, actually experience the cultural and, local beauty of every city they visit. So what Esosa does for you is it plans your travel and gives you an actually amazing experience. Say, for example, the problem started, where I discovered the problem was, I'm among my friends group, I'm like one of the last set of people that are still, intending to stay in Nigeria. Most of them jackpot. So, but what I noticed is that from time to time, my friends will call me, Hassan, we're coming to Nigeria, we're coming to Lagos, so where can I stay? I'm like, oh, of course, Lagos is here for you. There are places that you can stay. And I end up recommending for them. They like the place, and they enjoy that. Sometimes when they land, they'll not be like, oh, Hassan, I've been here for like 2 days, but I like moving, I want to move around. I don't know how to go my way around, getting boats and all of these things. I'm like, Esosa is there for you. It can get you around whenever and however you want to. Another problem now rose up, a particular one, is someone that came to Lagos, had a nice time for 2 good weeks from London. The following week when she went back, and we were discussing, and she was like, oh, I heard there's this place in somewhere in Lekki, it's an art gallery, and it makes a lot of sense. And I was like, that art gallery is right beside the hotel you are staying, and you did not know. So these are one of the things that Esosa does for you. Esosa creates an itinerary for you to enjoy any city you come into, to promote the cultural and natural beauty of Nigeria and Lagos in general. Thank you very much. So what we like to do at Esosa is we tell you, all you need to do is pack your bag. Esosa handles the rest. Thank you very much.
Just in case you all want to have access to what Esosa is, the website is www.askesosa.com. www.askesosa.com. Ask and Esosa. So you guys can take a look, you guys can have fun with it, and thank you very much for being an amazing audience.
Thank you, Esosa. Thank you, team. Thank you, people. How was it? How was it? Did you enjoy asking Esosa, right? Yeah, cool. So now we want to do another hands-on. Something similar to Sales SQ, but this one is a little bit technical. Is she ready? She is. So she'll be coming back on stage again. But if you know, I think I whispered in the ears of some people here. Yeah? You know yourself. So just, can you just step up and go and meet the lady in yellow right at the end of that place so she can give you instructions of what to do. If you know I whispered in your ear, if you don't hear my voice today, don't worry, it's a general something. Okay? So if you know I did, so yeah. So there's one more person. So I want you to do that, have a conversation with her, then you can then go back to your seats, okay? Thank you very much. So I'm waiting for our beautiful presenter. Her name is Oluchi. You can call her Luchi. That's popularly known as Luchi. And she's doing a great job, isn't she? Yeah, so some of us are looking for how to break out from the continent to attend to international clients through Upwork, Fiverr. This is how you can do that. You can also, you're looking for jobs, you know, potential employers. You can use Sales SQL. There are so many AI tools that we could, but we don't have all the time in the world. We have limited time, so we're going to experience that. Please come over, come up stage, and have fun, right? Have fun. So you have a few more minutes to go. We don't have all the time today. Just a few minutes, then we'll be rounding off everything. Are you happy? I want to see you clap your hands. Just clap your hands. That's cool. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Frances, for having me here. Thank you all. Okay. I can see we are all engaging, right? I hope we had a very wonderful time during the Sales SQL section, right? Okay. So I talked about HubSpot. Have you guys heard anything about HubSpot? Does anybody have an idea of what HubSpot is? You have an idea of what HubSpot is? HubSpot is a CRM software, that is a customer relationship management, where you can carry out various functionalities. You can actually you can even do your marketing on HubSpot. You can actually even raise tickets for clients. You can close deals here on HubSpot. You can make calls. You can schedule appointments here, but you have to connect your HubSpot to your Gmail, okay, either the Google Calendar, okay? So this is what the HubSpot looks like, but you have to install HubSpot on your laptop. You're going to ask me, oh, can I do it on my phone? You know, there are a lot of things that you have to do on HubSpot with the phone, a laptop, or a desktop. You install it, just go to your Google search bar and type in HubSpot.com. Then, you know, they will ask you if you should log in or you should sign in. You can sign in for free, okay? Then follow the prompt, put in all the information. The other information they're going to be asking you, just put in those information. If you're looking for a website, because they're going to ask you for a website, okay? You can actually use a website because this is what, look at my website I put there, Hire Remote Africa. They're going to ask you, are you a freelancer? Are you an employer or employee? A lot of questions they're going to ask you. So when you're done, everything will come up. This is what HubSpot looks like. Can we see how it looks like? We can see all this information here. You can see all this information. You can, I said earlier on, I said you can use the Sales SQL. You can integrate the Sales SQL with the HubSpot so that every information you have extracted using the Sales SQL, when you integrate it with the HubSpot, everything will come up here. You don't have to start typing it manually. But if you don't have the Sales SQL, you can actually import. When I mean import, you have to ensure that you have your information on an Excel sheet. Then you go to this, can you see the import? Can you see the bar there, import? Can we all see it? Can you see where the import is? Yes. But I will tell you something. HubSpot works with CSV so well. So if you create all this information on either Excel sheet, then you go down to the, you know, we have two drop-down lists where you see Excel. You click on that drop-down and you change it to CSV, comma delimited. Change it to CSV, okay? Then you save it on your desktop. So when you're importing, when you click on import, just follow the prompt And when you click on import, every information you have put in there, like the first name, last name, the phone number, everything will come up here. Then you can begin your other activities, like either making of calls, sending an emails to clients. Okay, but I want to show you guys how you can create a contact. Click on create a contact. For instance, maybe you have a contact you want to put on this dashboard. You have a set of contacts you want to put, maybe like 4 or 5. If you don't want to start either importing, you just click on create contact. But you have to ensure that that email is verified. If the email is not verified, HubSpot will let you not go through. So, email. Let me use my email, okay? Anybody, okay, can I have any email here? So let's do this together. Can anybody, okay, please give her a mic, please. For instance, you want to input a contact on this HubSpot after you have installed HubSpot on your platform, okay, on your desktop or on your laptop. So you want to put a contact here. So put in an email. It has to be an active email, right? Okay, put in an email there. Can I get a mic so that the person, you have to help me, okay? Put in that email there. So, okay. So, what's the name of?
Munachiso.fm.
F.
Munachiso.
Munachiso.
.fm@gmail.
Munachiso.
No, take off the M.
Remove the M.
.fm.
You will see, can you see that also the sender is not valid if you put any wrong email there? Can you see it says it's no valid, not a valid email address?
That's a valid email. At Gmail, let him complete it.
Can you use a Gmail account or either any other account?
At Gmail, put at gmail.com. If not,
at what? Gmail.
Yeah.
Oh, you're typing, is it at gmail.com?
Yeah.
Munachisum.
FM@gmail.
FM. There's no dot in between the FM.
It's okay. Just
okay, it's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. It's
You're
fine.
going to see what's going to pop up. Can you see it's okay right now?
Yeah.
It's valid. Okay. So what's your first name?
Favor.
Favor. We want to actually like carry, maybe we want to pitch our product with Favor. So we need to have our information. These are what they call leads. Leads are like clients or organizations. You have interacted with these leads. And for instance, now maybe you sell human hair. And you walk up to me, oh, ma, please, this is what I do. I sell human hair, I do that. Okay, I'm like, okay, fine. What you have to do, you want to nurture me. You want to follow up with me. You don't just go and start telling somebody, I sell this. You have to nurture your leads. You want to convert them to customers. These are just leads, okay? So there are processes on how you can convert them to customers, sales qualified customers. So what you have to do, you have to get all my information because you're going to call me, you're going to send an email to me, that's to do your follow-up. What are you doing? You are nurturing the leads. Okay? So you have to have all this information because you want to nurture me, okay? That's your first name, right? What's your last name?
Just put Munachiso.
You know, sometimes it's showing you red. Just remove the U because it could be either.
That's the name. That's the correct spelling.
Okay. Munachisum.
Oh. Okay.
Is this so? It's some, right?
That's it, so.
Okay,
take off the U.
No, just take off the, put that favor there. Yeah. You know, sometimes this is American. Put the favor, click that. Okay. You have to ensure everything
because
is
it's using grammar.
No, don't worry, just leave that, okay? We can edit that. What's your job title? You have to get, okay, for instance, this is, you know it's showing contact owner because I'm the owner of this client. This is my HubSpot. But when you open your HubSpot, when you install your HubSpot, you are the contact owner. Okay. You are the one that's going to actually follow up this contact. So automatically to show your name, Mona Chinson, when you install your HubSpot. But I am the contact owner right now. So that's why it's showing Emeka Okezie. Okay. That's my husband's own. Okay. So, job title. What's your job
title? Social media manager. Social media manager.
Did you get that?
Social media manager.
Okay. Then your phone number.
Okay. 081 06
Okay.
081
06 08106
88.
Put your cursor where you have the phone number. Yes. Okay. But you know what? See, on HubSpot, it will actually show you American code. Please change it to Nigeria +234. Okay. Yes, that's it. Can you see that?
Yeah.
So change it to Nigeria. But if you're going to put either an American or whatever, you have to change the code. Okay, so this is how it's going to show. 081 what?
06.
Okay, it's validating.
88.
Okay.
62.
Okay.
50.
50.
Yeah, that's it.
It will let you know. Can you see it's showing validated?
Yeah.
So if you put any wrong phone number there, it will tell you that it's not validated. We can see how it works. Then you apply it. Okay, this is life cycle stage. I'm going to explain to you all what life cycle stage is. Okay? This is my lead. Mona Chisom. Yeah. This person actually, okay, for instance, Mona Chisom is my lead. I'm pitching a product to her. I just got that information. So my life cycle stage is starting from the lead. Click inside the drop-down box there. You know, you have to start, when you keep engaging your clients, your life cycle stage changes. For instance, you will know if a client wants to buy your product, right? Your engagement. You've sent a client either a cold email, you've called a client. There's some client that you will know if they're actually interested or not, and if you can get these people to become your customers. Can you see that we have different life cycle stage here? You can see a subscriber here. This person might not actually maybe be buying your product, but this particular person either subscribes to your newsletter or your promo offers or whatever you have. The person just wants to subscribe. He or she does not buy your product. So if this client is a subscriber, you put the client as a subscriber. Okay, so you don't get confused. So when you open your dashboard, you're like, oh, it's a subscriber, it's not a lead. It doesn't actually buy our product. Then we have the marketing qualified lead. These are people that already have intentions to buy. Okay, you're still doing a follow-up on these people. You're checking if these people actually meet up with the criteria that you have put in down. If they can actually, okay, let's say we can turn them to become our customers. Then we have the sales qualified lead. This one's actually, you have vetted them to become your customers, okay? I just have a few minutes to go. So when you look at all these, okay, it's at the life cycle stages, okay? So when you keep engaging with your clients, you know where you put them and you follow up with them. So as I said earlier on, I said you can actually also, when you fill up this, then you click on create. Just close that, please, and go to list status. Close that, please. Close it, please. Okay, go to list status. You open it. It's an open conversation. Okay, it's open. But if it's in progress, you will see everything. If actually has been closed, if this person is not giving you a good feedback, you just stop there. Okay, then click on create. So there are a lot of things you can do on HubSpot. You can make calls on HubSpot. You can even like, your sales funnels are there. When you see that your customers are engaging, and these ones, they are likely to become customers, you see your sales funnel. You see you see the progress you're making. You can close deals on Upwork, on HubSpot. You can actually also do some payments. There are payment links where you have to attach. You can do a lot of things on HubSpot. I had to create a website on HubSpot. It was free. They hosted it for me for free. Even for Google Ad, you can do that, and for also Facebook Ad too. There are a lot of things you can do on HubSpot. HubSpot is a game changer. A lot of things you can do on HubSpot, okay? For those who are in the sales, even customer service, whatever you are, you can use HubSpot. You can see that. You can see all this information. Can you see that this person's information has popped up right now? You can see where I can open my deals. I can start my deal. You can see where the ticket is. Can you see the payment links also too? But you have to attach this person to a company. Your client has to be attached to a company. So this is where you can put in company and put in the deals and the tickets, and you will see your deals if it's progressing. Introductory stage, you will see if it's progressing because you're engaging with the client. Okay, so I don't have much time, okay? Thank you so much, okay? But this is a very, very good CRM software. Thank you for having me. Any question for me? Oh, yes, please. No, Mike?
You know, we just dealt with one contact. So let's say you have multiple contacts, like we have to do it manually. Like
no, import it. That's why I said import. Okay. Import is you already have those contacts on your Excel sheet, but change it to CSV. Okay. Convert it to your CSV file. When you import everything will pop up on your dashboard.
Like this.
Yes, just go back to my CRM. You see the dashboard where you have all those information there. Everything will come up there. If you have about thousands of them, 2,000.
So we just created a contact now. I mean,
yes.
We need to create a contact like this, the process we just went through. You have to do it manually.
No, you don't have. If you want to do manual, I'm just giving you an instance. Okay. But if you want to like import bulk contacts, just click on that import. Okay. You will see it will tell you what to do. because you already have them on your Excel sheet. So when you import everything, you will see lots of them, everything come up on your dashboard. It can see and make your work very easy. Okay, they say my time is up. Frances is coming here. Somebody has a question for me at the back there. I created a website on HubSpot. It was so lovely. And they host it for you for free. Yes, please.
Okay, ma'am, I want to ask, is there a way I can check my activities or all the number of engagement that I've done so far with the
This is your activity dashboard here. Can you see it right now? When I start doing a lot of things, everything will pop up here. Can you see activities here?
all what I've done so far?
Yes, for each client. Each client has a dashboard for activities carried out, okay?
Okay, all right.
You can
Thank
see
you.
everything. Yeah. And you can make calls here. Can you see where you have the call? Can you see the call icon? You can actually even put a reminder. If you have a task to do on HubSpot, HubSpot will send you a reminder and tell you have this task you need to do. You can see where you have the task. You can see the reminder. There's a note you can put there. You can see the meeting icon there. Meeting means that you can schedule an appointment on HubSpot too. You can engage with your clients on HubSpot, okay? You can see that. So there are a lot of things HubSpot can do for you, okay? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you, people. If you really, really love what she did now, I want you to clap very well. Yes. Thank you so much, Oluchi Okezie. Luchi Okezie, we are very proud to have women doing this. You know, before it would have been easier. I wanted bro with hair and hoodie like this, talking about it, but now a lady is doing it, and she has done this for years. She works on Upworks and earn her living with Forex. So don't greet her, just leave her as she is. Just plan on how to do yours, right? So now, to round off this masterclass, I wish we can continue for the rest of the day, but today we'll have to, what has a beginning will have an, correct? And what we've started well should end how? Even very well. So now, I'm quite emotional because it's like the next we're going to see ourselves is going to be on a virtual meeting. Please, how many of us would like to be in the virtual class? So you're going to learn more tools there. You can now ask questions. It's not going to last forever, but we're going to. So if you're interested in the virtual session, make sure you collect the information before you leave here, because I don't know if you're going to check your mail or not, but just make sure you don't leave this hall without taking, how do I get to join the virtual section? It's going to happen on Tuesday, 30th of July, 2024. So now I have the honor to welcome Dr. Khadija Abdullahi, the founder and CEO of SI Group. I'm so happy because meeting her this morning, she looks so awesome and happy and fun person. So I can't wait to hear what she's going to share to us, because I know she has a lot in mind. So put your ears and your minds open and ready to get the last notes before we leave this masterclass. Thank you very much.
Good morning. We're still in the morning, yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I can see the whole room is fuller than when we came in. My name is Dr. Khadija Abdullahi. I'm the founder of SI Group. I'm a serious social entrepreneur. And I see that a lot of you have been listening to all the techie stuff today. Today, my role today is to bring everything home. All the things that the speakers have been talking about, to bring it home and to ask questions. And who would like to answer my questions? Please, can you identify them? So each one of us today, right now, we're going to introspect on all the things that you learned for the past 3 days. For the past 3 days, you've been learning, you've been absorbing. Now you need to excel. You need to bring out all those stuffs. We don't have much time, but I need you to think, to go home with these things. So we have how many people to answer my question? And please let me know how many, if you have been here for the past 3 days or this is your first day. How many people are going to answer my questions? I saw hands up. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, before then, how many entrepreneurs do we have here? Oh, wow. Please clap for yourself. I want you to answer that question. This is a women's series, but I like to see men in a women's series. What do you understand by entrepreneurship? Yes, you, please.
Like, maybe thinking of an idea, like starting something.
You what?
You said...
what do you understand by entrepreneurship? You said you are an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
What do you understand by entrepreneurship?
Like someone who wants to start doing something, maybe he has an idea that can be able to change something.
Someone who wants to?
Like who has an idea or some innovation that he can bring to help people that can be able to solve solutions.
Please clap for him. Can we have a female to answer that question quickly? Thank you. Oh, sorry, they've given the mic to somebody.
Yeah, it's the process of converting one's idea into a business that can solve some particular problems.
Please clap for them. So you hear the keyword, solving problems, solving issues. That's what entrepreneurship means. So there's a lady that raised her hand. Do you want to still, I have questions to ask. Do you want to answer my question? Or I should ask it, then somebody will raise. So we have like 10 entrepreneurs here. And we know that the very essence of being an entrepreneur is to solve community issues, solve problems, right? But do you understand who you are? Who are you? Who can answer who she is? Can you? Yes, please. She wants to tell us who she is. I'm getting somewhere.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I am a problem solver.
You are what?
Problem solver.
You are a problem solver. Please clap for herself. Clap for her. Pat yourself on the back. So I'm asking these questions because if you're an entrepreneur, there's no way you can separate who you are from your business. Do you understand that? There's no way you can separate who you are from your business. You need to integrate who you are, your personality, your values, what you stand for, why you are doing what you are doing, for it to be able to be impactful. That's the way we've been talking about, how to integrate AI into our businesses. But we have not talked about how to integrate who you are as a person, what you stand for, your value, your essence as a person into your business. Because it is only when you are able to identify that as a product, you are a product, you are able to identify that. That's when you'll be able to integrate it effectively into your business. So I'm almost done. So you said you're solving solutions. Can one of the entrepreneurs, can you tell me what solution you are solving? Yes, please. Yes, that's one of my favorite people. I'm still going to talk about you guys.
So we're trying to solve the problem of tourism and hospitality.
I can't hear you, sir.
We're trying to solve the problem of tourism and hospitality in Nigeria, whereby every single visitor to Nigeria has an in-depth and cultural experience of whatever the city they
Please clap for him. And coincidentally, you are one of the people I'm going to mention here. He's trying to solve the solution. Yes, they are solving the solution of tourism in Nigeria. That's a product that we are yet to scratch the surface in Nigeria. We have so much that we have not done. So we would like to speak to you after this.
So one more thing, ma. Sorry, ma. When you asked who is an entrepreneur, and people answered that an entrepreneur is someone that spots a problem.
I can't hear you.
Okay, I think it's better now. So you asked the question earlier when you came on. You said, who is an entrepreneur? And people answered correctly and said, an entrepreneur is someone that spots a problem and tries to solve it. But more importantly, makes money while solving it.
Yes, I'm getting to that. But now that you are standing up and explaining, I'll direct this question to you. Are you solving this problem mainly because of the money that you're making or you're going to make?
Not necessarily, because the problem showed before we discovered there's a market there. So it's based on...
I can't hear you.
I said not necessarily because of the money.
Yes.
Because the problem showed up based on the market demand that came to me directly and my partner here, and we thought about it like, we can actually do this for the better good of our country or for our society that we come from, just to show people.
And that is very, very critical. Please clap for him. You're serving the community that needs to have tourism in their lives, that need to have some form of entertainment, some of knowledge, history, heritage about who we are as a people. That is what you are doing, and that is very valuable. That is very noble. Please. And then even these are things that when you do it, you're not focusing on the money, you are focusing on the service you're giving, and it will give you that resilience to continue. The money may not come now, but it will come eventually. So clap for yourself.
Thank you very much.
So he's answered most of the things that I was going to answer. And I'm going to add to what he said. If you are an entrepreneur and you are just chasing money because of that's the main reason you're doing whatever you're doing, I'm going to give you a quote that my colleague, Dr. Dali, Dr. Adetone Dali said, living life for yourself alone is the cheapest form of living. Living life for yourself, not thinking of other people, not thinking of how you're going to impact, not thinking of what is in need for another person is the cheapest form of living. And I know that our Gen Zs, our millennials, even our people, our generation too, most times we fail to understand that entrepreneurship has more to it than money. There's something called the equity of fulfillment that no money can pay you. I'm not going to go into that because there's a lot I'm going to say. So I'm examining, there's no need to examine ESOSA again because ESOSA has already said, but I'll conclude with some of the things I jotted down. Remember, as I mentioned that you shouldn't chase money, remember that money is very essential, just like Mr. Kasim, right? Mr. Hassan said, money is very essential. As you serve to survive, also remember to focus on the goal you have set for yourself. We are here to encourage youth in IT, youth in tech, women in tech. Because we see where tech is going and how tech can help us solve our socio-economic issues in Nigeria. We can't go to all this extent. Look at all the things the convener has done. Look at all the things NITDA has done. Nobody can go to this extent just for the fun of it. There is something, there's a value that is going to come out of this. As we believe in you, If we do not believe in you, nobody can go to all these things. We believe that you can do all of these things that you've talked about. We believe that you can do that. And that's why we are here. We flew all the way from Abuja to come here to encourage you guys. And if we believe in you, you need to also believe in yourself. We need you as you need us, as your parents. We need you to know that more commercial activities and more engagement in entrepreneurship will help grow our economy using our unique value propositions, our various models, making each and every one of our potentials useful to save our country, our Nigeria. All these are possible when we effectively utilize who we are, what we stand for, and infusing AI into the whole mix. Thank you very much.
Next week, Tuesday. Thank you for joining us, and enjoy the rest of the GTA.
Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon once again. I'm just speaking for the first time today, and I'm sure this is a familiar face since we started the Women's Series. Indeed, we had a very, very good session the last 3 days. The Women's Series session started on Wednesday with a masterclass in the morning. We had a high-level dialogue session where we discussed some of the issues that pertain to women in not being able to participate within the tech sector appropriately as we are supposed to. And we also wrap it up today with this session on productivity and efficiency with the use of AI. I believe that at the end of this, we're going out as different people. We came in as different people and we're going out as different people. I believe that the knowledge, the curated content that have been put together we were able to communicate it as much as you wanted. And I am very pleased that we did this, and I am very happy that we're able to understand how AI can be used for our good. So a lot of times we get the question of whether AI is a friend or foe. And what I usually say is AI, these things are just hypothetical. It depends on how you see it and how you want to harness it for good. We all know that the women are categorized under marginalized sector. We are underrepresented in terms of STEM education, and which is why even if we are not on the STEM education and we're doing things around non-STEM and we're within the workforce, there is the need for us to integrate technology for our good. So thank you very much. I don't want to say too much because a lot has been said already. We've heard a lot from Dr. Maimuna. We've heard a lot from Dr. Khadija this morning. We heard a lot from our facilitators, She Emerged. So thank you very much, everybody, for being here. And we look forward to seeing you in our virtual section. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, ma'am. Please let's put hands together for her again. All right, thank you. Yeah, so a quick one. How many of us enjoyed the session so far? Let me see your hands up. We can have more than that. All right, beautiful. So let's interact a little bit. I would love to get feedback from the audience concerning what we've learned so far from the first session, or just about the sessions that we've had so far. Can I have a handed microphone, please? Yeah, thank you so much. So the floor is open. Let's rub minds together. Let's talk, share a thing or two, and everything like that. Just let's hear feedback, a little things, one or two things that we've learned or we've heard, or a thing or two that has stuck with us so far. Any hands in the air? Any hands in the air? All right. Okay, I think I have somebody. Nobody wants to share what they've learned so far. No, I'm sure our notes are, okay, hey, my bro, that lady in white, yeah, thank you so much. Please, let's give her the microphone. Let's encourage her. Put hands together for her, please. Yeah, yeah, you want glasses here, please? Of course, yeah, thank you so much. So tell us your name, tell us what you do. All right, okay, so there's somebody at the back too. All right, let's go.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Adijare Christiana. I'm a student and I'm also a hairstylist.
Beautiful.
I've learned a lot so far, to be honest, especially this sales QL is awesome. And I didn't know about the Google Assistant until day before yesterday. Like, that was awesome. I only know about Siri. I didn't know Android has Google Assistant. That's lovely. So that's what I've learned so far.
All right, beautiful.
And many more that I can.
Okay, let's put hands together for her, please. Thank you so much. Can we take one more person? I thought I saw a hand at the back. Okay, there's a guy at the back.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Benjamin, and for the few moments when I worked in, I learned something. To be an entrepreneur, you don't actually have to be after the money and everything. It has to come from your heart, your passion. It has to be your drive to move you forward.
All right, beautiful. Let's put hands together for him too. Thank you so much. All right, if you're just joining us, I want to welcome you to the Global Tech Africa Conference 2024. Global Tech Africa Conference 2024. My name is Olawale Daniel Oluwatomisi, popularly known as Wale Daniel, and I'm your anchor today at the startup stage. All right, if you're just joining us, you've missed a little, just a little. I'll be very sincere. Okay, they say a lot. All right. Okay, I'm very sincere, but you've missed just a thing or two. But right now, we are going into another very interesting discussion and session. And this session, we're going to be talking about the future of customer engagement, AI applications in marketing. The future of customer engagement, AI applications in marketing. And this discussion is going to be handled by the AI Ignite Africa team. All right, so first, introducing the moderator for this discussion. She's now that's Miss Ifeoma Omare. Please, let's put hands together for her, please. All right, ma'am, please, okay, do us the honors. You're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome. Yeah, all right, so let me run through her bio. She's the convener. Ifeoma Omare is the global brand and communications consultant, content producer, principal consultant at Wildflower PR and Company, with extensive experience in telecommunications, aviation, FMCGs, entertainment, and more. She excels in developing and managing integrated communication programs for global B2C, and B2B brands. Founder of Wildflower PR and Company, Omar has collaborated with top brands including Globalcom, Coca-Cola, The One Campaign, and many more. In 2022, she was recognized as one of Nigeria's top 50 most influential women in marketing and communications. I think she deserves a round of applause for that. Well done, ma'am. Omar is also a producer and director at Wild Pepper Studios, contributing to notable projects in TV, film, and digital media. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Miss Ifeoma Omahari. Please celebrate her. Thank you so much. All right, bringing next on stage is the Director of Innovations at Glo, Chuka Obi. A round of applause for him, please. So Mr. Chuka Obi is the Director of Creativity and Innovations at Globalcom with over a decade of experience in copywriting, art direction, illustration, and music and sound design. Known for creating the iconic, oh wow, you guys want to hear this. Known for creating the iconic MTN Saka, I don't porto. How many of us remember that advert? So that's the man behind the advert. Okay. Chuka has worked with leading brands such as MTN, Fidelity Bank, Guinness, Pepsi, and Heineken. Chuka Obi's work has received numerous local and international awards, emphasizing his impact on brand perception and sales. Prior to advertising, he was a comic book writer, illustrator, and graffiti artist. Chuka's goals remain to do epic work. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate Mr. Chuka Obi. Beautiful. It's how great people look so simple. For me, like, who would have thought that the man behind the whole Saka advert? No, if you remember, Saka was like this. And, I mean, please let's put our hands together for Mr. Chuka Obi once more. It's an honor to have you in our midst this afternoon. All right, bringing next on stage is Rukewe Toka. Am I right? Am I correct? Oh, thank you so much. That's the global business leader. Rukewe Toka is a global business leader at Visa, specializing in brand, product, and client marketing leadership, with a focus on accelerating the digital transformation of payments in Africa. With 12 years of experience across technology, consumer goods, education, and media industries, Rukewe has managed iconic brands and driven significant business growth. Rukewe Toka excels in category strategy, brand management, digital marketing, and marketing communications. Known for his value-driven approach and commitment to helping other brands succeed, Rukewe is dedicated to building breakthrough brands and creating value. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Rukewe Toka. Please, let's put hands together for him, please. You're welcome, sir. All right, we are still going. Next up, we have Sherif Lanre Akinpelu, Global Strategy Consultant and founder of Strategy Tribe. Sherif Lanre Akinpelu is a marketing and strategy expert who combines strategy, marketing, behavioral science, data, and technology to create effective marketing and communication solutions for global brands. As the Group Deputy Managing Director of Strategy and Planning at SPV Communication Solutions, he manages the MTN Nigeria account across 6 agencies and contributes to the TBWA Africa Strategic Think Tank for MTN Group in 17 African countries. I think it's safe to say no Mr. Sherif, no MTN in Nigeria and Africa. I mean, that's big. Okay, Sherif oversees marketing strategies for MTN, Nigeria's various businesses units, and has led significant campaigns, including MTN Nigeria 5G. Oh, wow. So if you're using MTN 5G, can I see your hand? 5G. So this is the man behind MTN 5G in Nigeria. And we move campaign. So he has received numerous awards for his campaigns and recognized among the top 35 under 35 marketing communication professionals in Nigeria in 2022. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Sherif Lanre Akinpelu. No Mr. Sherif, no MTN 5G. Believe you me. All right, we are still going. I have with me the last but not the least on this table. I have Oluwatayo Wikunle. Am I correct? Oh, beautiful. Oh, my Yoruba is not that bad. I mean, okay, founder and principal consultant at Techlytics. Am I right with that? Techlytics, beautiful. So if you're no, that's not right. I'm sorry. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if our hands are not too busy, please let's make welcome on stage Miss Oluwatayo Obikunle, please, as she comes on stage, please. Let's celebrate her, please. Thank you so much. All right. So please, this session is really going to be an interesting one because one way or the other, this session affects customer engagement. And we're looking at the application of AI, that is artificial intelligence, in marketing. So our rapt attention and everything is needed for us to gain maximum quality from the technocrats and the individuals and the professionals that we have here. Trust me, before I leave here today, my network has to improve because I have Mr. Sheriff on this panel. And Mr. Chuka, when next are we having the next big advert like Saka? All right, coming soon. So ladies and gentlemen, I'll leave you with them. Please, let's put hands together for them, please. Okay, so before I take my leave, the virtual session is going to be on the screen right now, so you can do well to take a snapshot of it, and we can take on from there. So over to you, ma'am. You're welcome. Please, let's celebrate them once again. Put your hands together. Thank you so much. I'll be back.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, sorry, it's already 12 p.m. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining today. And MC, thank you so much for the lovely introductions. My name is Ifeoma Are, and I'm moderating this session. And like you know, he's already said it, we have very distinguished guests amongst us. And today we're going to be talking about AI, marketing, communications, content. Where are we right now? That's really the conversation we're having. So I'm going to be starting with you, Chuka. 5 years ago, was there any inkling as to the coming of AI, especially as it affects marketing and communications?
Okay, can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me? I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Okay. All right, so I'll honestly say yes, but maybe not in this manner. Maybe not this accelerated. One thing about drawing comic books is that it always seems to predict the future. It was in comic books that we first had tabs. It was in comic books that you first had phones, that you would see the person you were talking to and do communication. It was in sci-fi movies you started seeing it from comic books. And in those sci-fi movies, AI was always a big deal. And AI was always predicted most of the time to be negative. So for those of us that are really old, there was a movie called T2, Terminator 2.
Yeah.
And the bad guy in Terminator 2 was not a person, it was AI. It was called Skynet. And Skynet took over the world because of artificial intelligence. Fast forward to like 2000 and in the 2000s, just before the 2010s, I think, there was a movie by Will Smith, I, Robot.
iRobot, yeah.
And he also spoke to how AI, was so much in that space where it could control everything. So the warnings have always been there that AI will come in. And there was always news of people, working on AI. Plus, almost all the internet applications had one form of AI or the other. For example, the simple predictive text that you have is AI. AI is predicting what you're going to ask for. It's going to predict if, when you go on Google to type something, based on the predictions, based on the searches, rather, of people before you, it predicts if you want to search for this once you've written the first 2 words, for example. Yeah. So AI has been there. This is just the next level of AI that we're seeing. So to answer the question, yes, we saw it. Maybe not this fast, Maybe not to the point where instead of you guys to put be doing the assignment, they'll put the assignment title on their browser and do chat GPT, not even GPT, and then send it to their unsuspecting lecturer who hasn't used his laptop for anything more than to send email. So he can't even tell that these guys have, not done the assignment. And until there are 5 assignments that show up, all perfectly written, but all perfectly similar, that he starts to suspect. But he might not even think it's AI. He might think, oh, they've copied themselves, not knowing that there's a bigger problem at hand. So yes, we saw it coming, maybe not just this high.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to be going to you, Sheriff, as well. I can see you have so much to say. But I'm starting I think, since 2 years, I think that's when we started seeing a lot of active use of AI in marketing and communication. So it's been 2 years. For me, I got active into it as well, maybe 1.5 years, and I'm amazed, but we're going to get there. So I'm asking you, how has the industry changed so far? What are can you list 3 ways that the industry has evolved or is currently evolving because of the use of AI now?
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So in the past 2 years, and even prior to 2 years, clients have been requesting for, agility from agencies, from partners, which is, how do we quickly take things to market without spending a lot, and how can we be very precise while at it? So that request has led into a lot of holding companies to start investing in AI from way back. But if we bring it home to Nigeria, we can see that some of the areas where AI comes in handy is when agencies have to work on pitches, or even when we need to work on presentations. And then you start seeing marketeers using AI to generate images, They use it to generate text to videos and all of that. So that is one of the ways that you can see AI in action. The second way is that when you are in the agency business and you are trying to sell a solution, when Mr. Chuka was talking about the comic series and all of that, even when he was still working at MTN, working on Sakai Domport, he would have had to show the client a storyboard before. That would probably take the designer about 3 weeks to deliver. But now, due to text to video, text to image, agencies can package storyboards and show. Now, let me leave agency and let me go to client side. If you look at for those who do sponsored ads on Meta here, Facebook and all of that, there is what they call predictive, spending or so, where the AI on the platform optimizes your ad sets across different touch points and helps you invest your marketing budget on the most performing ad sets. So if you look at those 3 ways, amongst other ways that we can use AI, you will see that things have changed and there is still more to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so Rukawe, I'm coming to you next. And can we say that we have been successful in marketing and communications at engaging with customers? How does that work right now in today's space using AI?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Before I answer, I just want to put a disclaimer. My views are my own. My views are my own, and they're not of my organization, and I'm here on a personal capacity.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're asking if we've been successful in utilizing AI to
customer
engage
engagement, yes,
customers in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the question. So I would say success is relative, right? If success for you is there up to 50% penetration of the use of AI in engaging customers in Nigeria, then we're not yet there, right? We're still in the early stages, But the beauty of AI and the beauty of being in this part of the world, I like to describe it like we have the opportunity to, when you see these fortune tellers, they have this glass, they can see what's coming, right? we can see what's coming from the developed world. I can give you that perspective. We know what's happening in the US, in the UK, etc. And it gives us the opportunity to import what's relevant for us, right? So I wouldn't say we are being successful, and I wouldn't also say that where we are is a good place or a bad place. We are learning the capabilities of AI. We are learning how it, aligns with our own business objectives, our own culture. The culture here is very different from the culture in other countries.
Yeah.
And for AI to, be used successfully, it must also understand the culture, understand the nuances, right? Rather than just, importing the Oyibo man's ways for us to just, la cram, la pour, So that would be my perspective on that question.
Thank you so much. And so I'm coming over to you, Tayo. So now I want to touch on data. There is a lot of talk, especially with the owners of a lot of these AI systems, about how AI is using data and how data is helping us, whether it's being predictive and all of that. So in digital marketing, how does AI work with data, especially in your work? Can we say that we've come to the point at which we can say, oh, it's helping the work, and then to what extent?
Thank you. So the work of artificial intelligence, having to analyze large data sets and make predictions is a good job, is a good one. At the same time, we have concerns around data privacy, and that is probably in the next decade. That's probably the fight or what we're trying to establish, because you don't know today to what extent of your personal or private data do all these marketing platforms have. Meta has a lot. Google has a lot. You just wake up one morning, you were just thinking about wristwatch, and before you know on your Instagram, your Facebook, wristwatch started following you, and you're wondering, yo, is somebody listening to me in this house, right? So yes, while we still have concerns around data privacy and security, I can say that to a large extent, artificial intelligence is here to stay, and it has come to help us. I'll quickly take a deep peep into how it is helping in behavioral analytics, that is user behavior analytics. If you're a product manager, or you're in the product marketing space, or you're in the design space, you would agree with me that for any successful product, you need to integrate with some user behavior analytics tool. Think of your Hotjar, think of your Microsoft Clarity. Now, recently, Microsoft Clarity was, there's a fantastic feature in it where you have Copilot, and especially, let's say you want to rewatch the session recordings of the way users are interacting in your platform. You don't have all the time in the world to be looking at everybody's interaction, how they are clicking A and B and C. You just throw in Copilot in it, and Copilot gives you the insight, oh, I think this is a dead click here. I think this is a rage click here. You should do this, you should do that. So to a large extent, it has come to make work easier, but do we have concerns when it comes to privacy issues? Oh, yes. So we're hoping that in the next decade or in the next couple of years, we're going to get it right. You and I, we're going to make responsible use of our subject data, because people give us their data. Oh, join this wait list. People have put their email address. Join this. They giving you their phone numbers. How well are you using it, right? So yes, it's like a two-edged sword. There's a good part to it. There's also not so good part to it.
Thank you very much. So back to you, Chuka, and we're going, a little deeper into it. So for young marketing communications practitioners, what are the consequences of active use of AI on, number one, their creativity and the actual value they're going to provide, like to a brand, to a business, and a client? What are the things that we should be concerned about? Do we think we have a bright future in marketing communications? Are we going to come to a stage where AI is going to handle the entire thing from strategy and down to, execution? What do you think?
Okay, so we've been seeing some worrying use or misuse of AI by young people. AI is a tool, but instead, they've made AI a replacement.
Yeah.
you can't say that because somebody else can do the work for you, let that person do the work while you do nothing. What you've done is rendered yourself redundant. That's what you've done. So, for example, if we hired 2 people to get a job done, and one person consistently prompts the other person to do the job, and that other person consistently does the job, then one day that other person is not available. You can't do the job, and you will lose your job. The other person will be promoted over time. You will remain where you are. And that's the danger with AI for the young people. They have used it to replace having their own skill. AI is supposed to sharpen your skill, not replace your skill. Think of AI as a benchmark in this thing. I'll use an old story. John Henry Irons, in the old days, was an American who was helping build the railroad. And they said that, oh, they've created a new machinery that will replace you. And he said, lie, lie. And he did a race of who could put in more nails into the rail track. And Henry Irons beat just to prove something. You need to be at that kind of level, because you need to be the person who is not easily replaceable, whether by technology or by people. What you're doing is setting yourself up for something that's happened before. I remember a friend of mine, well, it wasn't a friend, it was an acquaintance, and he used to work in advertising, and he was an art director in the era of where you would do screen printing, you would do cutouts, all those things. Then the computer came. He didn't learn to use the computer, so it became a problem. So they were phasing him out.
Yeah.
If you don't learn to use AI, but instead are used by AI, you will be phased out. In the same manner, everything AI does is supposed to make sure that you are excellent. So you're writing, and AI is showing you where your errors are. And you are fixing it to the point where when you shut AI down, you will do it and not have errors. But the moment you have made it that they send you something to do, you plug it into AI, it goes. Guess what? If there's a pitch and 50 people do the same thing, there are going to be 50 the same results sent to the client, and all of you are graded as same of same. It's the person that didn't use AI to create something different that is now the standout. So be very, very careful, because it's a trap if you don't use it rightly.
Yeah.
Don't think that because you prompt AI, it gives you answers. Every time it gives you those things, there are some things AI can never give you. AI cannot give you human emotion. It cannot give you human insight in places where AI has not reached. So, for example, I'm trying to sell something to a particular demographic or psychographic who don't give a damn about AI, who haven't been talked to regularly. AI is not going to give me the true insight of their reality. And you cannot build any real communication without core insight. If not, all you are doing is displaying creative skill. Yeah. You are doing exhibition. You are not answering a brief. So you go into those places yourself. AI can ask the questions. AI can speak some languages. AI can speak Pidgin fluently. Talk less of certain other vernacular languages. You go in there, you hear what they are saying. More importantly, I always say this to young people, especially when you are in a room with your client. Hear what your client is saying, but hear what your client is not saying. Read between the lines. Hear what your client has said without using words. AI can't read those kind of interactions. AI can't read body language because it's not standing in the room with you. Read all those things. Read the people's body language. Come up with stuff. Let AI help you sharpen what you have created. Do not let AI be the creator. If not, you are not useful. When you prompt AI, you did not create.
Yeah.
You prompted AI to create. Know the difference.
Thank you so much for that. And so this question as well is for Rukere as well as Sherry. So what are the practical ways now for a marketing and communications practitioner? What are the practical ways you can use AI in a way that, you know, AI is not using you, or in a way that you can use it to advance the work that you're doing and, you know, add more value to your clients? Is there any practical ways that we can do that?
Okay, thank you very much for the question, and thank you, Chuka, for your response. I think your response is really a call to action for all of us, especially young people. AI is not, you know, a silver bullet or expo. No, let's not put the cart before the horse, right? So all the basics still matter, right? Learning your stuff, you know, going deep, studying, giving, you know, time and effort to your craft, it still matters. And then AI's role is to just enhance it, you know, up a notch, just a little bit. Okay, so you've asked what are the practical ways we can apply AI in the various, you know, marketing initiatives we're engaged in, right? First and foremost, I would say we're limited by the AI capabilities that we're exposed to, right? So based on your exposure, based on the exposure your organization allows you to have, that will determine the amount of, you know, AI that you would use to enhance your work normally. But AI plays a role from end to end in marketing. You know, marketing initiatives usually start with research, understanding your consumer, knowing their pain points, etc. AI can help you distill all that data and summarize it and help you tease out insights, right, that you can take into the next stage, which is usually your strategy, right? When it comes to strategy, I will rely more on my human capability because AI has helped me analyze the data, teased out some things, and AI has also been blind to some cultural realities, even while analyzing that data, because just analyze numbers, words, etc. The softer things that both of us can see, those nuances, I now add it on top of what AI has analyzed and build my strategy from there, right? Regardless of the kind of strategy I'm building, even if it's for a marketing communication campaign or if it's for a new product development, etc., that human element, you know, those cultural nuances, those unspoken rules and regulations needs to be applied on that, you know, analysis.
Yeah.
You know, AI can also help you segment. After understanding these customers, it can help you segment, find patterns in their behaviors so that whatever initiative you're putting on the table is well tailored for the different segments you have identified, right? So when it comes to executing specifically, executing a marketing communications campaign, AI can also help you in terms of, you know, refining your copies. For example, people use a lot of AI-generated videos nowadays. AI can help you with that, help you save some costs as well. Even when your campaign is ongoing, say you have a 3-month campaign, AI can also assist you in analyzing how the campaign has been performing and give you optimization recommendations that you can implement. Rather than waiting to the end of your campaign, you can implement those changes on the go. And then, of course, reporting at the end of the day. AI, you know, there are a lot of ways AI can assist you, but it's up to you and the access you have or the access your organization has, you know, and then you can leverage it to meet whatever objective you have at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I think you and Chuka, you've basically talked about everything. So what I would just like to add is that we should see AI as a superpower. So if you can remember Spider-Man, You know, he was just a random person until he got beaten, and then he could do his magic. So it's the same way AI is to us. If you are a very good mathematician and you add AI to it, you become a fantastic mathematician. So AI is that, you know,
compound
powder.
If you watch The Boys, there is compound V,
Yeah.
which is what AI is.
So AI just does that for you. And the only way you can be very, very fantastic at it is when you bring your personal experience to fore. And I'm going to use a brand as an example. So there was a time I was working on Dangote products as a brand planner. And there was Dangote, Danq. I don't know if anybody knows Danq here.
Yeah.
And then Dangote wanted to introduce Dangote seasoning. So we had to do market research. It was during the research that I found out that we have over 50 seasoning products in Nigeria. Some that they do not even advertise because I had to travel to the north and all of that. Now imagine if I didn't do that legwork. Is ChatGPT going to tell me the number of brands that don't even have a website? And there is also something unique about the products that I'm talking about. Danq is for Southerners because we eat less salt. Why Dangote seasoning was created for Northerners because they eat more salt. ChatGPT cannot give you that. So, but look at that experience. I've left FMCG. I'm working on telco and fintech now, but it's still very much relevant because while I was there, I knew that Salat time is very sacrosanct. In the north, they open the shop at 10 o'clock. They lock the shop to pray. By 4 o'clock, they are done for the day, and it's usually the men that go to the market to shop. ChatGPT cannot give you all of that. So you are the magic, not AI. However, AI can make our lives better, faster, and very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You are the magic, remember. Okay, so we're rounding up a little now. We're going to go to like some of the tools that we can use. So I am more of PR. So I actively work with ChatGPT, Gemini, and you also mentioned it, the Microsoft Copilot. Yes, Copilot as well. And of course, you have Midjourney for people that generate images. We've seen the exciting things with Runway and Sora and all of that. What kind of tools can somebody here that is, already working actively, what kind of tools can help them in their journey in marketing? Just for you, Tayo. Yes.
I was wondering. All right. I believe that there are a lot of tools out there, ranging from the tools that can summarize lengthy documents for you, tools that can take meeting notes for you, tools that can generate images, videos, audios, and all of that. So depending on the work you're doing particularly, yes, artificial intelligence is just here to supercharge whatever it is you're doing before now. So yes, in marketing, in fact, it's amazing that on marketing tools that you're using today, your Canva, your MailerLite, your MailChimp, there's already artificial intelligence embedded in it. So it's basically suggesting to you the kind of subject line you should use that, your subject or your recipient is likely to read or is likely to open, right? You already have it in there. So you cannot run away from using artificial intelligence in all your marketing endeavors. You already have it in your MailerLite, your Canva, your, almost everything you want to think about. Even your WhatsApp, thank you, your Instagram. So it's almost like if you're not using AI, you will be phased out, just like the way the old camera, where you were phased out at some point. So I would just encourage us that we should embrace the tools that we want to use that are using artificial intelligence, and we should use them responsibly. I mean, that is the only thing that can save all of us, because if in the next 10 years we don't use them responsibly today, well, maybe it will eventually take everybody's job at some point. So yes, let's use all the tools responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are you creating any tool, for instance, to help marketing?
Oh, well, Well, currently, yes, we have a tool like that that is in the works. We're hoping to go live in August, and it's called Palette. Palette is an artificial intelligence. A marketing tool that leverages artificial intelligence for business owners, marketers, content creators to generate content. But beyond generating content, it will help you, generate content that can optimize your marketing conversion. We've seen people who have businesses, they run sponsored ads, and you're not generating the return on the investment for that sponsored ad. So Palette is that guy who's learning not only about you as a brand, he's also learning about your competitors, putting all those data together to be able to then generate content for you and also be able to then distribute it wherever you want to distribute it, whether it's an organic content or you want to use it for paid ads. He's able to help you distribute it, give you quick insight on how that content is performing, and you can quickly redress and adapt and just iterate from there and there. So yes, we're building Palette, and it's coming soon.
Thank you so much. Very excited to see Palette. And I know we have another session coming. We also have a tool called Max City, and this is for PR, for public relations. So it's going to help you from content generation and down to distribution. So we're working on a lot of exciting stuff around AI and marketing and communications, and I'm so grateful to all of you for making our time to come and talk about AI and warn us about how to use AI effectively as well. Thank you so much, Chuka. Thank you so much, Rukewe. Thank you so much, Sheriff. And thanks so much, Tayo. My name is Omar Are, and the next session is going to be a lot of fire as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, please, let's put hands together again for our panelists. Thank you so much. All right, so we still have another panel discussion. It's an interactive one. And this time we're talking about AI for content creators. How many of us here are into content creation? Okay, let me see the hands up. You are the content people. All right. I'm sure you would love this one. And we have very interesting people on this interactive session. Again and again, coming back on stage for the second time to moderate the discussion about unleashing creativity, boost productivity, and maximize revenue, AI for content creators. Let's welcome back on stage our moderator, Ms. Omar Are, founder, Wildflower PR, as our moderator. Let's put hands together for her, please. You're welcome, ma. All right. Also on this panel, we have Adedoyin Jayesimi, co-founder at the Comms Avenue. Adedoyin Jayesimi is a communications advisor, corporate trainer, and co-founder of the Comms Avenue, a capacity building and networking platform for communication professionals across Africa with 1,500 professionals from 25 African countries in its mission-driven community. A certified strategic communication management professional with a master's in corporate and marketing communications degree from IE Business School. Adedoyin was listed as an honoree in the community impact category of the 2022 and 2023 PR Power List Nigeria. She was recognized as one of the top 50 most influential women in marketing and communications in Nigeria by WIMCA 2022 and 2023. And she was also featured as one of the 3,535 marketing communications professionals in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I bring on stage with a round of applause. Let's welcome Adedoyin Jayesimi. Let's put your hands together for her, please. Thank you so much. You're welcome, ma'am. All right, I think you guys want to make some noise for this one. Also joining on this panel, we have Toby Ayeni, popularly known as Miss Techie. I think she deserves a round of applause for that, please. All right, you guys may not be familiar with her first name, but I know you guys are very familiar with the name Miss Techie. That's one woman I know that is ruling and hitting it, making waves in the tech space, which is majorly a male-dominated terrain. But trust me, Miss Techie is powerful. Before she got here, on her way here, she still did an IG live session. But I will not tell you people what she was talking about. All right, carrying on, Ayeni Oluwatobi Dorcas, also known professionally as Miss Techie. Okay, also known professionally as Miss Techie, is a graduate of banking and finance at Covenant University, Nigeria. She's also a Nigerian tech content creator, best known for her creative, engaging, and highly captivating content, which helps inform, educate our audience about tech. Toby started a tech career with a tech blog by the same name, Miss Techie, in February 2015, later launched into making videos on YouTube and Instagram. Toby Ayeni currently boasts of over 100,000 Instagram followers and 30,000 plus on Twitter, and has partnered with high-profile brands including Google, MTN, Nescafe, Microsoft, Oppo, Smooth, and most recently, Standard Chartered Bank. Please, she deserves a round of applause. Lastly, she's also a recipient of several awards like YTech 100 and Best Tech Content Creator in Nigeria, to name a few. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Miss Techie, right here with us. All right, guys. All right, beautiful. The conqueror, the emperor, the conqueror is here. All right, beautiful. All right, next up we have Africa editor and rest of the world in person of Mr. David Adeleke. David Adeleke is a journalist and media executive. He's currently the Africa editor at Rest of the World, a publication exploring the impact of technology outside the Western bubble. He also publishes Communique, a media and tech analysis newsletter with over 40,000 subscribers. His work has appeared in publications such as The Continent, Al Jazeera, and Guardian Life. Previously, he headed Business Insider Africa and worked as an editor at Ventures Africa and Tech Cabal. David is a media and journalism fellow with the Charles Koch Institute. He holds a degree in mass communication from Covenant University and a certificate in storytelling from modern media from Yale. Also to moderate this session, let's put hands together for Mr. David Adeleke in our midst. All right, thank you so much. Please, can we balance it? Can we have somebody on this side so it's not always looking? Sorry, can we have somebody come to this side? All right, thank you so much. All right, so before we move, short announcement. All right, so we are the young people in the house. If you know you're young at heart. No, not young at heart, young at age. Yeah. If you are young at age, can I see your hands up? All right, beautiful. So you don't want to miss this one. So at the Outsource Factory, we have a job-seeking session. That session is majorly for young individuals like me that are still job hunting. You understand? You're saying, I'm looking for work. Oh, yeah, beautiful. So if you're job hunting, there's a session going on right now at the Outsource Factory for young individuals who are currently job-seeking. It's something you don't want to miss. So please, you can join us at the Outsource Factory right away. So I'll leave you in the hands of Ms. Techie, Mr. David, and Ms. Jaisimi for the next one. All right, so before I let you guys go, young professionals, please do well to catch up with what is going on at the Outsource Factory. Also, to join this panel discussion, we have the CEO at Chocolate City and co-founder of Bean Creative Agency. That is in person of Mr. Abuchi Peter Ugu. Is the Chief Executive Officer at Chocolate City. With a background in entrepreneurial and business management, Abuchi started his career in music engineering and production at Chocolate City in 2008. He has managed prominent artists like Emma Yabaga and has led leadership roles including Head of Business Development and Chief Operating Officer. Abuchi's expertise extends to digital marketing and talent management, highlighted by his tenure as Vice President at Bean Creative Agency. Appointed CEO of Chocolate City in April 2021, Abuchi is dedicated to advancing innovative music for Nigeria across Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's make welcome on stage Mr. Abuchi Peter Ugu. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you so much. Oh, he's here. Very simple man. And this is the second time I'm meeting you. You may not remember me. The first time was at the Eddie's brunch.
Oh.
Give me a pass. You don't give me a pass. You don't allow my artist enter. Remember you. All right, beautiful. Are we good to go, ma'am? All right, beautiful. So I'll leave you in the hands of the moderator. I'll be back shortly. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Can you hear me? Oh, fantastic. All right, so good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the discussion. So this conversation is primarily a discussion about how artificial intelligence and how content creators and just the industry generally interact, the relationships and how things have changed and how things will change in the coming years. So just briefly, I know we've done some introductions, but in a few words, what is the one thing that you want people to take away from this conversation? We can start with you, Toby.
I feel the few things that I feel you all need to take from this conversation is the power of AI and how personally, I mean, we're going to get into it, but how personally AI can literally change everything for you when it comes to content creation and everything that is around that.
Yeah. I think for me, it's very important to understand that we're in a changing world and things are changing. And everybody that takes advantage of change always end up winning in the forefront. So I feel like with this whole AI rush, we just have to embrace it and learn and be forefront. Very important, learn and unlearn.
All right.
I think for me is exploring the possibilities with AI, but then also knowing how to maintain that unique advantage, because with AI, everything is almost looking similar, sounding similar. How do you differentiate yourself in that space? Yeah.
All right, fantastic. Yeah. So we're good to go. As much as possible, please listen, pay attention, and we're going to have a session for you to ask your questions. So please just, we'll cater to that. So the first question I have is about how, the extent to which you think artificial intelligence or AI-generated content will rival human-created content in terms of quality and engagement with audiences. To what degree do you think that is going to happen, the rivalry between AI content and human-generated or human-created content? Yeah, this is for everybody, so you can start.
Okay. So I think we've seen some threats in the music space where there's a Swedish guy that generated how many millions of dollars, and what he just did was he had different AI version of songs on Spotify, and he generated. And we've seen some artists come and they're vocal about it and say, hey, this was sample creativity. But at the same time, I feel like we need to now create systems to protect this God-given ability to be able to create. So I think there's always going to be a win and there's always going to be a threat to what we do. And I feel like the good thing, we have to look at it and look at AI as a tool to aid creativity and say, okay, if I'm going to write stories, like all the content that's sort of done well over time are content that are like have a story and have a focus. So if you use AI as a tool to perfect your craft, then that will work. But then onto the people that create laws is they have to be very aggressive to the point that AI doesn't replace the human element in it, which is the ability to think and imagine and create things freely. So I feel like there needs to be a structure that protects us from AI, but at the same time, we need to use AI tools for what it is.
All right, so you're speaking about guardrails because there are going to be a lot of similarities.
Yeah.
And we just need to figure out how to make sure we protect at least the interests of people. Yeah. All right, Toby, how about you?
I think I completely agree with what he has said. And luckily, now we have platforms like Meta that are putting up labels to ensure that people know that this is AI generated, meaning that humans still have an edge. So if we have more of that, you can't come up and create something on AI and pass it off as your own, because there's going to be a system that will detect it. We still have an edge, and we'll forever have an edge.
All right, that's me.
I think just like Abuchi was saying, just seeing the creativity, the level of things that can come out from using AI, for me, there's a positive side because it just expands what's possible, amplifying your creativity. But then the negative side is, where does that human element come in? And the truth is, AI is evolving, it's also imperfect. So for us in Africa, we have to also deal with the fact that there are biases embedded within these AI tools. So in terms of quality, I think it's becoming at par or even somehow even more than what humans can. But it's how do we maintain that human advantage that AI doesn't have? And then I ask myself, would there be a time where, because people say, oh, AI is not emotional, but can it be emotional? I don't know. So those are my thoughts.
I think we're going to get to the point where artificial intelligence products exhibit some form of emotion. But to your point, to Doyin's point about the similarities between AI-generated content and actual human content. So for instance, last month we did a story about how many people know FlowGPT? Okay, good. So he's a Chilean, don't know if I will call him a musician. So he created a song late last year, using Justin Bieber's voice, Bad Bunny's voice, and Daddy Yankee. And the song went viral. The name of the song is Nostalgia. Went viral, and then Bad Bunny was throwing a fit. Of course, he's allowed to throw a fit because there was no way to differentiate between what was artificially generated and the actual voice of the musician. So to Abuchi's point about how we need to create those guardrails, it's very important because we are getting to the point where some of these tools have become so good and so efficient at mimicking, at least, maybe not creating new things, but mimicking actual human behavior. And we really need to think deeply about how we protect the interests of the creators. So the next question I want to ask is around a little bit of hesitation with how people are using AI tools. Or maybe not hesitation, maybe there are systematic factors that are stopping them. What are some of the things that you think are limiting people, especially Africans? So let's try to localize our thoughts to our context. But what are some of the things that are stopping more people from embracing AI, especially for content creation?
Okay, should I go first?
Yeah, you can go first.
Okay, fantastic. Personally, I wouldn't say there are things stopping. I just feel like people do not like to use AI so that it doesn't seem like their content is generic. Because, I mean, if you put a prompt, chances are that if we put the same prompt on ChatGPT, for example, we'll get the same results, right? So imagine copying that and you presenting that as a content. Everybody sounds the same, right? Another thing is obviously knowledge. A lot of people are still not informed about the tools, right? It will shock you that, despite the fact that I'm sure everybody in this room know about ChatGPT, there are millions of people that don't know about these tools as well. And because of the access of information, they can't obviously use it. So I feel like two things. The fact that we don't want to appear as generic. I find myself in that situation when I'm writing content. So let's say, for example, I'm stuck, right? And I need something that will push me to get the first draft at least, right? And I use ChatGPT. It always sounds, I don't know, there's something about ChatGPT and the likes that just sounds too tailored. Like it sounds like, oh. But obviously I tweak it off from that. So the point I'm trying to make is, I feel a lot of people just feel like, oh, it's too generic. I'd rather just think with my brain and come up with something better. But yeah, and obviously access to information as well.
Okay, I want to go next.
Okay, just to build on what Ms. Teki said, I also think that people that have mastered prompt engineering, you will be so surprised with what they come up with in terms of pictures, even videos. I was watching an ad that was fully AI generated. So I think for me, it's looking at your work stream and saying, how can AI help me become efficient? So those of us that we've been writers for a long time, you know, if you struggle with writer's block, for example, AI can help you, but the point is, do not just copy and paste. So you put the prompts, you put the words, you get the draft from AI, you tweak it, you put your stuff in it, and then enhance it. So I think along the value chain of your content creation process, there's where AI can bring in efficiency, there's where AI can help you optimize certain things that would have taken you a lot of time to do. So I think it's finding that balance between your creativity and optimizing your process as a creator.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So I think fundamentally, people have the fear of the unknown. So people are always like, oh, what's going to happen? We don't know. So people are always skeptical to rush. And education too is a huge part, because I feel like when you know, then you can use AI as a tool. So understand, as a content creator, you have to understand that it's different market segmentation. There's a different people that are Instagram, different people on Facebook, different people on Twitter. So when you have a pattern, AI can help you arrange what goes here, what goes here. So when you understand using AI as a tool. And back again, like, for example, talk about the industry I work in. When digital came, a lot of artists refused to go digital. They refused to upload their songs because they feel like, no, I don't want to sell CD. But this wave has happened and a lot of people have lost out. So sometimes I always tell people that you have to embrace this new technology and look at it as a tool to enhance what you can. But I think fundamentally education is a big thing.
Yeah, I agree. And I think a very big part of it is, a very big barrier to entry is just the cost. I know ChatGPT, most of it is free, but for anyone to use it, first of all, they need to have a proper smartphone, right, that can at least do some high-level computing. And the fact is, not many people have access to that yet. And if you want higher-level production, you have to pay, I think, $20.
Yes, monthly.
How many people can afford to pay $20 per month for ChatGPT?
I agree.
Right? So all those little things, but I think we are going to get to the point where some of these tools are so ubiquitous and so easily accessible. The same way, for instance, initially SIM cards were very expensive to own in Nigeria. There was a time, I think there was a time when it was a flex to own a SIM card in Nigeria, and now anybody can get a SIM card. So the technology will evolve, and as the technology evolves, the cost of production becomes much lower, and then more people can adopt it. I think so. Those things too have a very, very significant role to play in how people can use these technologies. Toby, I want to ask you a question around how you see dynamics of the relationship between the tools that we use, the tools that we are talking about, and actual human beings. How do you see the relationship evolving? Do you think the tools are going to become more dominant, or do you think do we have to strive to maintain a level of balance, a delicate level of balance, so that the tools don't be...
Just want to know, how many people are already using some sort of AI tool at the moment? Let me see your hand. How many people are not using it? Don't worry, we're not going to judge you. So everyone here is using. Okay, I see a hand there, not yet using. Okay.
I want to see. Who raised their hand?
Okay, there are even more hands now. See, interesting. So I think there are two sets of people. There are people that are very skeptical about AI, what is this thing all about? And there are people that are already trying it out. And with every revolution or transition we've seen in our generation, you don't want to be left behind. So it has to be a thing of, how do we use this in a collaborative way? How do I bring in my use of AI in a way that still maintains my advantage? Because the truth is, as we go along and it becomes more sophisticated, some of the lower level tactical tasks are going to be assigned to AI, whether you like it or not. If you are a writer and you haven't honed your creativity or your unique perspective, someone can just put in prompts on ChatGPT, get their article, blog post, press release, or whatever it is, and call it a day. So the question is, why do I really need you, the human being? So it's to say, what is my unique experience? What is my unique perspective? The previous panel, one of the panelists was talking about unique insights, especially with regards to your audience here in whether Lagos, Nigeria, or any part of Africa. How do you bring that in and then use ChatGPT to amplify that? So for me, I think it has to be that collaborative process. It's not outsourcing your intelligence and your creativity to ChatGPT. It's to say, this is what I want to achieve. How do I leverage ChatGPT to amplify? And that's where the competitive advantage will be, because I really believe that the way we're going, we have not even seen the extent of which AI can go. So it's to keep on reinventing yourself and honing in on what makes you unique as a creator and as an individual.
Thank you very much. That's a very good point, because
true.
as an editor, I have to get pitches from reporters all the time. And you know, when you get enough pitches, you just know when somebody used
Using AI.
ChatGPT to type up a pitch and then send to you. The language is often very stiff, right? So if you sound like a robot, you are easily going to get displaced. So I think that's a very good summarize what she's saying. I have a question for you, Abuchi, and I want you to talk about the things that we can do as an industry collectively to ensure that the AI tools that we use are reliable and that they do not propagate misinformation, because that is always a risk.
Yeah, I think we have to understand how it works and how the internet works. It's all about data. AI is just a big giant computer that is somewhere that works on data that has been there that people feed. So it's about holding people responsible when they put out stories. The stories are accurate as possible. And then you query the stories and have a standard to it. So the more we have more accurate information, then the more when you search for a certain topic, the AI, when it aggregates the information, is aggregating from a place that is more authentic, because it's all about data. So if we have wrong information, wrong data, AI is always going to skew towards that side. So it's all about data in, data out.
So you're talking about that's the input now.
The input, the raw data we'll put out.
The raw
data we'll put out from scratch.
There's a follow-up question I have to that. So how many people have seen this documentary on Netflix, Coded Bias? Okay, so please add that to the list of things that you are going to watch after this conversation. But it's a risk, right? When, for instance, you want to generate an image of a Nigerian woman or a Nigerian man, and then you input the prompts, or you put the prompts in, and what you're getting is very stereotypical. How do we mitigate? Because that's it's a real problem. For instance, last year we did a story where I think we analyzed about 10,000 AI images, prompts over different cultures, and there was heavy stereotypes in how Midjourney, for instance, represented minority cultures, Africans, Indians, and all that. So how do we mitigate against that kind of problem? What are some of the things that we need to do, or at least pay more attention to?
Yeah, I think fundamentally you need to put out your story. So if you don't put out your stories and other people put out your stories for you, why are you upset? Because it's like, out of the information that is there, how do we define where we're coming from? How do we sell where we're coming from? So it's like, if I'm from, let's say I grew up in Jos, and I expect an outsider to come and write about Jos, he's always going to have a skilled perspective based on the information he has. So even us, we need to now start writing our story, even as an industry, even as so, and I feel like even just to jump to the part, to add to this, I feel like the bigger threat to AI and us is we have to understand the population we have. We have to understand how can we protect certain jobs and certain skills. Because let's go back a bit. Before, Henry Ford was producing cars a certain way. Then they had like a sampling plant where it said, oh, with this new plant system, you can work 10 times faster. Computer came, the whole photocopying typewriter job, that era went. So there's always transition. But when this phase of AI transition, like you asking people, how many people use AI? Everybody uses AI now, knowingly or unknowingly. If you go to your WhatsApp chat, when you go to your top button, there's an AI plug already that asks you, what do you want to do? What do you like? It's already there. Instagram, all the platforms have their own AI. So we're late already. But it's now, how do we start protecting what matters to us? How do we now task the writers that are going to write about Nigeria to do their homework and make sure what the data they are putting is accurate as possible? So it's not they're just copying from somewhere to put. Because as much as we copy and paste, this perspective is always going to be skewed to one way. So we need real people with real opinion to keep on feeding the data, and the data will be forced to represent our current reality.
All right, thank you. I mean, also there are questions, we don't have to answer that now, but I just want to put that out. There are questions that we have to ask around which jobs, for instance, need to be protected and why, which industries or which subsectors within industries need to be protected, why should we protect them, what's the upside or the downside to protecting this particular thing. So those are things that we have to think about as well.
And just to add to that, I feel like a society determines what needs to be protected or not.
Okay.
It's not because in America everybody is saying, oh, let's protect this sector, then we come in Nigeria and say, oh, we have to protect this sector. You have to understand the education barrier to Nigerians is different from what happens in America, even language barriers, even ethnicity. So we need to figure out what works for us and our people to protect that, regardless of what works for the other people.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much. Toby, my question for you is, and this is the penultimate round of questions. Which tools do you use, or which AI tools do you often use to make yourself more productive? By the way, if you don't watch our videos, you are missing. I'm serious, you are missing out on a lot. What tools do you use?
Oh, where do I start from? Okay, so for content creation, that's the script itself. I have everything. As a matter of fact, I open tabs. So if you go to if I'm in my ideation phase, I have like 4 tabs opened. ChatGPT. There's one I recently found out, Pi AI. Pi AI is
fantastic.
So good.
It's incredible.
My God. Like, I like how human it sounds. Unfortunately, I'm feeling bad I'm saying that because I'm not supposed to give these AIs these powers, but oh well. But I like how human it sounds. It's so dope, right? So for me, I have different tabs because I don't like to rely on just one source. So what I do is I give the same prompt to all of them, and it's like, okay, I'm putting you people, give me, who's going to come up first? If I read through and I say that, okay, this one sounds better, I then refine it on other platforms. So I pick something from Pi AI, take it to ChatGPT, refine this, add something to it and all of that, right? So that's one tool I use for the ideation phase, or scripting. I generally use it for scripting because sometimes, especially if I'm stuck, right? Now for editing, right, for the editors amongst us, there's a particular AI that Premiere Pro just integrated. It's for color correction. So what they do is, normally, color correction is a painstakingly annoying thing that you have to do. Editors can bear witness. I still don't have it figured out. So for context, for people that don't know what color correction is, you know, when you watch a movie, for example, it has a look, it has a feel, right? That look, that movie-like look is very hard to get, usually, right? But Premiere Pro has integrated an AI into their system that all you have to do is click on a button. It will automatically get you the right color science to use, and you can build up from there. So that is also very important in my content creation phase. I mean, I could go on, but the cool thing about what I feel AI, or where AI stands with me, is it's a Google away, right? If I want something, I find something and I get it, right? So last week, for example, I needed to get a voice. I needed to get somebody to talk like a sports person, right? And I was thinking, who do I call? I opened 11 Labs and I told it to generate one, and it did it well. The only issue that I have with AI, and I feel like that's where Nigerians, we need to start playing, is the fact that it's not localized enough, right? We don't have a lot of localized content. So if I look at the voice one, for example, before I found a Nigerian voice, it was like 2 out of 1 million voices that 11 Labs had, right? I feel like we need to now come in that space and start playing heavily. Imagine if a developer or whoever builds a platform that has different localized voices, right? It would be so cool, right? So I feel like that's one aspect that if I were to talk about, we don't have enough of. We don't have enough of localized AI platforms, a lot of localized AI engines, or all those things. And I think we need to start playing deeply in that field.
I think that raises the question of representation, right? And again, my job here is to tell you guys things to check out. So there is a Nigerian company called Awari. They have a lab in Ikorodu, and they are, thank you. They are building the multi-language LLM in partnership with the Nigerian government. And they have a product called Lang Easy. All you need to do is go on the platform, and then you can impute your voice in Yoruba English, Yoruba, Pidgin English, Hausa, Igbo, I think Ibibio, 5 Nigerian languages. Impute your voice, and then I think in the future, those things will now be, you can now plug them into all these other platforms. So I think that answers the question of representation. My final question for you before we open it up for the for audience questions is, how do people maintain creative control? And I want you all to answer this. How do we maintain creative control? Because as much as possible, we want to be able to outsource some of these processes to artificial intelligence tools, but we need to be able to maintain some form of control and individuality. How do we do that? You can go first, please.
Oh, that's deep. That's tough. Yeah, I believe that creativity comes from a different source. And I feel like whoever you are, you have to be true to your craft. And how are you true to your craft? It depends on how authentic it is. Like, the way I define great music is sincere music. So it could be Portable singing his own music. That's sincere music to him. That's great music.
Did you say Portable?
Oh, yeah, I think he's a great musician. So I feel like that's his own story. That's sincere music. It resonates with certain people. So that's great music. So I feel like creativity needs to be very sincere, great, and it has to be authentic, close to the raw source, you get it. But if you're a creator, what you do all the time is like, from one AI to the other AI, you have a standard to your own self. You have to be like, hey, I owe the next generation to create the best work I can based on my God-given ability. There's no more machine-given ability.
So how do we maintain creative control? I feel like we still need, and that boils down to what I think AI represents. It's a tool that we can use to get started. It doesn't have to be the destination, right? So for example, I personally will not copy and paste what ChatGPT gives me, right? My touch is what sets me apart with my content. I can imagine if I use a ChatGPT script, I can imagine how that would sound, right? So I feel like for everybody listening, we still need our input. It's a major thing because it's what sets us apart. We're going to get to the point where we would know. I mean, like you rightly said, I know when an email is AI generated. Come on. You can't pull a fast one on me.
It uses the word delve.
Delve, exactly. I mean, so imagine, I do this a lot, especially times when I'm tired to reply somebody that sends me an email, and I just want a fast reply. I copy, help me reply this, and I copy and I send, right? But what I'm trying to say here is, imagine if rather than do that, I look at what AI is giving me and I tweak it to sound like me, right? So I feel like we need to get to that point so that it doesn't seem like, oh, this person just copied and pasted, because guess what? It's the same way AIs are coming up every now and then. It's the same way there will be tools that will be able to detect when something is AI generated, and you don't want to be caught as a creative directly using AI's work. I think there will even be laws about that very soon based on what I hear from Meta and the like. So yeah, I think we don't need to be lazy because there are tools like that can help us. We still need to work on ourselves to be the best version of ourselves.
I mean, I definitely agree with what my co-panelists have said. And for me, we cannot afford to be intellectually lazy more than ever. All these things of, well, we don't read, I don't like to read. You have to nurture your creativity, because when you do that, the creative ideas will then keep on overflowing. And as my co-panelists have said, you can then use AI to now enhance what you're doing. But the core of it is my ability to tell a good story as a writer, as a movie maker, to create good music with good lyrics. It's still quite internal, and that's what should differentiate you. But if you become intellectually lazy about your craft, then you're definitely going to lose creative control.
Wow. Thank you very much for that. I have a few thoughts, but okay, so we have 5 minutes, which means we can only take 2 questions. One at the back, feminist. So one here and yes. Him, you please. Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, my question is personal. As a business owner...
To whom? To whom are you directing your question? Toby. Ms. Techie?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Ms. Techie. Okay. As a business owner, I'm just starting up. You agree with me that it's a little bit expensive to get a content creator for my organization.
Yeah.
And there are so many AI tools out there that I can use to sharpen and bring out more options to my creativity.
Yeah.
Are there certain tools that you will advise or recommend to young owners that at the first stage of their businesses that are also the content creators to use?
So if, just to get your question, tools that can help you with content creation,
Yes, please.
like content writing specifically.
Yes, content writing that can help the creativity to drive more growth and innovation into my business as a young business owner.
Yeah, okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for that question. I mean, we've mentioned already, I highly recommend Pi.ai. I just feel like out of the three, that's the three popular ones that we have. Pi.ai sounds very natural. You can get more human-like responses from Pi.ai automatically without imputing too many prompts. So if you're maybe you don't want to spend so much time, that would be your best bet. Cloud.ai is also a good one, aside from ChatGPT, right? So these two platforms are, so Cloud.ai for me is a bit more technical. It's not as, I just like Pi. I don't know, I feel like Pi is not well talked about.
Pi is incredible, to be fair.
Pi is not well talked about, but Pi.ai is actually very good. They can start off. Pi.ai has given me something that was really good and that just set my creative juice flowing. And like I said, I would put the same prompt on all of these platforms. And it was Pi.ai that actually came through for me a number of times. So I highly recommend Pi.ai. But the thing that I would also like to say is that, obviously, I mean, you must have deduced from what all of us have said, it's not a copy and paste thing. You might still need somebody to tweak some things for you, even after getting results from this prompt, right? So try as much as you can to get the results. Start with Pi.ai. You can check it out now and let me know what you think. But tweak the results and still sound you. That uniqueness that you bring to the table must be there.
All right, thank you. Pi is P-I, by the way.
Yeah, Pi. Pi.ai.
His mic isn't working, please.
All right, good afternoon. All right, so my question is directed to Toby Aene and also to Adedoyin. So now, currently we know that the African tech ecosystem is not leveraging a lot in AI in terms of actual creation, machine learning and all.
Yeah.
Now, I discovered recently that we have about 40%, or rather that the African market accounts for about 40 to 60% of global tech solutions in the world. So Africa being the largest consumer of tech products in the world. So the question now is, how do we create a system of collaboration, especially the tech system? We could come together and begin to build languages that would help to solve the African needs. For instance, in the marketing and comm space, imagine having a ChatGPT that is African, a copy.ai that is African, or rather speaks the African language, African lingua, Pi.ai, Cloud.ai, and yet you can just imagine what that presents to us as an African system. So how do we go about? What are your thoughts on that? So the question directed to Toby and also to Adedoyin. Thank you.
I mean, this is, it's an interesting question, but when you're talking about collaboration, you have to go beyond individual interests. You have to think about the interest for the common good. So you need collaborators, the creators in terms of the tech platforms, the people doing the coding, developers, to be able to come together and everybody is seeing that bigger picture. For me, in my work, I always like to adopt a collaborative approach. So if I'm doing something, if I see that Ms. Techie is already doing something similar, or I see that, oh, if we come together and we can amplify what we're doing, I would reach out. So I think it's imperative on not just the content creators, but the tech platforms, the developers, to see how they can come together. You can't force people to collaborate, but if those discussions start happening in different spaces, I think you create that enabling environment for it to happen.
I completely agree as well, and I feel like we don't broadcast our small wins, right? Which is very important. So, for example, the reason why I said so is I just recently found on Twitter that somebody created an AI for Yoruba language. So it helps you convert the English. So unfortunately, I don't know how to speak Yoruba very well. It's a bad thing because I'm a Yoruba girl, but that AI sort of helped me because it can read whatever English you put in. So you can learn Yoruba from that. And it's like, it has the ChatGPT interface. And I realized that it's only like 10 retweets, right? So we owe it to ourselves, the people that are trying their best to say, you know what, let me try and learn machine learning and come up with something, and they post their work, and because it's not open AI, nobody's retweeting. We owe it to ourselves as Nigerians to actually promote ourselves, right? So if you see somebody that is doing something, try, post it on your stories, and that's how we build. Personally, I am going to talk about that because I just saw it last week. I've already started writing a script for the video. I'm going to post it. It didn't pay me. But imagine if we have our responsibility and we go up and we say, okay, maybe in your office, have you guys seen this thing? It builds up, and before you know it, the person that created that will be encouraged to even think of ways to create even more AI models that we can use in the country, right? So I feel it starts with us. The little that we have done needs to be broadcasted, needs to be promoted as much as open AI and the likes, right? So yeah.
Thank you so much. I want to add, if you're working on anything AI related, as long as you started, it's not an idea, you started, you're building actual things, and you have significant skill. I'm hunting for stories. I'm a journalist. It's my job. So please come and talk to me. As long as it is interesting, please. We can talk and we'll see if there is anything to pursue there. Please put your hands together for the panelists. I hope you've enjoyed the session and I hope you learned something. And please enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, guys, please, let's celebrate them. Let's put our hands together for them, please. That was a very, very interesting and thoughtful discussion there. So for musicologists in the house, you have a musicologist on stage. If you are able to see him before he goes, you never can tell. You might have a collaboration with Young John, Candy Blix, and the likes in the nearest future. And for the techies, Ms. Techies in the house, and if you're interested in doing media, story, communications, you have Mr. Adeleke and Ms. Jaisimi with us. Please, let's celebrate them again. Thank you so much. Please, do you have packages for them? I give them all right. All right, thank you.
Why? I'm a journalist now.
Okay. All right, so moving on, we are going to be taking product unveiling. We have very, very handful and beautiful products that we want to introduce to us here. If you are just joining us, I want to welcome you to Global Tech Africa Conference 2024. We've been on for the past 2 days, and today is the last day of this conference. My name is Olawale Daniel Oluwatomisi, and I'm your anchor today at the startup stage. I know I was not with you guys for the past 2 days. I was at home. My home is the outsource factory, so they said, this guy, they need you here. And I'm like, okay, east or west, home is best, but I can make room for you people. So if you don't see me, just know that I've gone back home. All right, beautiful. So we have a product unveiling from Palette and Maxity, but I will be bringing on stage Mr. Oluwatayo Winkle. Yeah. Sorry, not Ms. Oluwatayo Winkle for AI, for Palette. So for those that don't know about Palette, Palette is an AI marketing platform, and she's going to be explaining more about that. So if our hands are not too busy, please let's make welcome on stage Ms. Oluwatayo Winkle for Wikunle. Am I right? I'm sorry. Oh, no wonder you'll be laughing at me. I'm so sorry. Ms. Oluwatayo Wikunle for the product launch for Palette. I'm so sorry, please, my apologies. All right, thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for staying to this session. I'm expecting something to come on. I'm expecting something to come on the screen, but while we wait for that, I'm going to talk about Palette today. Palette.ai. Like Toby said, she's left. Like Toby Misteki said earlier, Amen. It's always a good thing when you're doing something fantastic in your locality, whether it is tech or any other thing. It is good that you're the one, singing your own praise. Talk about it. That's how people get to know, and that's how eventually the world gets to know. So yes, I'm here today to talk about Palette and how it can help your marketing endeavors, whatever endeavor it is, whether you're trying to design an image, write copies, optimize your marketing conversion or your campaign strategies. So Palette is an AI-assisted marketing tool that helps you and I, that is, you're a small business owner, you are a freelance consultant, you are a designer, you are a marketer, a performance marketer, a product marketer. You can easily use Palette to not only generate content, while generating content is like the start of things, you're also able to distribute this content and also be receiving insight or analytics insights to how your content is performing, or as you're even creating the content, how the content will perform. Palette would have the ability to learn of your brand voice, that is, well, how do you want people to perceive you? What emotion do you want people to feel when they come in contact with your brand, all right? The other time, somebody was talking about, can we have AI to be intelligent? And I can say to a large extent, we have started having models that are emotionally intelligent. Toby the other time talked about Pi.ai. Pi.ai boasts of, building a very emotionally intelligent machine. So again, some of these things are doable, and so that's where also Palette comes in. Palette learns of your brand voice, understands you, understands your target audience, understands what your goal at the end of the day, and is able to help you create marketing materials. Then your marketing materials could be email copies, it could be flyers, posters, whatever it is. It helps you to generate this content, and much more than generating this content, you can distribute it. Whether you want to distribute it, just put it on your page, on TikTok or on Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook. It helps you. You can have it as an organic content that can generate engagement, and you can also use Palette to. What's the word now? For sponsored ads, that is paid media or paid ads, where you want to invest money with Meta and you want to distribute it to a larger number of audience. Palette also takes it a notch further. It takes it a notch further to understand your competitors, right? It helps you understand your competitors that you're fed into it in the same industry. And Palette has that ability to continuously learn of your competitors, what your competitors are doing right, where they are dropping the balls, and how to leverage it and how to use it to your own advantage. So think of Palette as one powerful tool that is, supposed to optimize your marketing conversions. That is, you can think of like a Canva and a SEMrush infusion together. So we're gearing up to launch in August, by the end of August. By the way, August is just here, right? And we already have a wait list. We'll be rolling out the beta version soon. And if you'd like to join the waitlist, please just tap on your computer or on your phone. Please go to palette.ai. Palette is spelled Palette.ai, and you can sign up to join the waitlist. And trust me, I'll be happy to see you on the waitlist of Palette, where we'll roll out the where we can then roll out the beta version, and you can be among the first set of people to test out Palette and its capabilities. We will be playing this video for you shortly, and after that, if there are questions, I'll be happy to take questions. Thank you. All right, so let's have the audio.
They're supposed to be online. So we'll see how Palette can help us to generate content at its early stages, and at its later stages, it will optimize for conversion purposes Typically, you can generate images. You can generate images on palettes for your designs. So I'm going to say text to image, and I have a prompt that I have copied on my clipboard. I'm just going to put it in there, a dreamy image of an hyperfast image of an hyperfast moving train in China. You can generate that, but if you want something more realistic or relative to your business, you can create an hyper-realistic image of this and add it to our design or continue with it on our design. Now you can quickly generate this image either to continue a design or to start a design from scratch. And also Palette has a feature that you can give it a prompt where you can generate design from scratch. Just give it a prompt and it can generate the design from scratch. That is, whether it's a poster image, it's a flyer, whatever it is, an invitation, you can generate it with a prompt and probably just do 1 or 2 adjustments and you get it to social media. And Palette can give you insight on how that particular design or that particular creative is performing. It can also learn of your competitors depending on the configuration or depending on the settings you've given to it to say, oh, these are my competitors in this my current industry. Palette can look at that and advise you better to say, oh, these are what your competitors are doing, or people in the same industries are doing to make better decisions for themselves, or to make more returns on their investments or marketing costs or marketing budgets. We have been able to generate the design of this particular employee who is frustrated at their job, which you can further convert, which you can further perform other formatting options on. Now, much more than Palette understanding your competitors and giving you insight on how your ad is performing or how your content is performing on social media, it can intuitively give you the next recommendations for what you should do next or what kind of post you should put out next. Also, Palette understands your brand voice. You're able to impute what your brand voice is like. You are able to impute the emotion you want people to feel when they come across your brand. And Palette puts all of this into your content creation. That is, whether it is image creation and whether it is copy generation for your email marketing, Palette is able to do that. You are able to generate copy. Just give it a sample text or give it a sample prompt to say, I want to make a promotion copy to sell my course to my email subscribers. Palette can put all of that to you, particularly speaking in your brand tone. Right, so these are the ways Palette can help you optimize your marketing budget or your marketing spend for better results.
All right, thank you so much. That is Palette.ai. If you're here and you have marketing needs and if you have questions, I'll be happy to take them. I think my time is almost up on this stage. If you have questions, I'll be happy to take them. And if you want to join the waitlist for Palette, please visit Palette.ai. That is PALET.ai. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, next up we have Mr. Adedayo Sowemimo is going to be unveiling the product, Maxity. So Adedayo Sowemimo is an accomplished media professional who has worked with the likes of This Day, The Net NG, Linda Ikeji, Opera News, City People Magazine, and more. He's a media consultant and will be taking us through the product launch of Maxity. So with a round of applause, please, let's make welcome on stage Mr. Sowemimo Adedayo for the unveiling of Maxity. All right, you're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello? Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, today there's been a lot of conversations around AI, what AI should do, what AI should not do, how AI can perform and how AI cannot perform. But I think what we all agree on, what we will all agree on is the fact that AI is useful, AI has come to stay. It now depends on how we're able to evolve around it, how we're able to build with it. Because if you are left behind, then. So, moving on, let me introduce it to a product called MarkCity. MarkCity is a tool it's a cutting-edge PR tool that's come to revolutionize the industry. Now, think of MarkCity as a problem solver for people in the PR and communication space. So you've done all your product pitch, you've done all your creativity and all that. Now you have your press release, you have your press release, you have your articles to send out. How do you send it out? You don't want to deal with the stress and headache of going to Punch, Instablog, Linda Ikeji, and everybody one after the other. That's where MarkCity comes in. It's a one-stop solution. It's a one-stop spot that helps you disseminate your information. All your press releases goes to everywhere you want to go with just a few clicks, and it's quite affordable. So MarkCity not only disseminates your information, it also gives you the ability to read the data, to see how your press release and information are performing, and then with that, you can also make data-driven decisions around your product, around everything you do. It's not just for PR professionals, it's also for individuals. So you're an individual, you have a small project, you have any little thing to do, you want to get your information out, but you don't want to deal with the stress of going around all the media houses yourself. That's where MarkCity comes in. The product is ready to launch. We are moving ahead with the launch in September, but now it's available for you to test it, for you to see how it works. For you, if you want to sign up for our wait list, it's just for you to go to MarkCity, www.markcity.com. That's MAXXITI.com. MAXXITI.com. We have a short presentation that will play shortly now for you to see it. Yeah. It's just a 2-minute video. And the good thing about this is everybody in the ecosystem gets to earn from it. The bloggers, the social media guys. And another interesting thing about MarkCity is while there are other products like this, MarkCity that are only focused on websites and all that, MarkCity takes it a bit further away from just websites and blogs to social media as well. So you want to deal with the Tunde Ednor, the Insta blogs, the Linda Ikejis, MarkCity as you covered. The power of AI in depth. And did I also mention that it's very affordable? So if you don't want to deal with all the 500 websites, all the 1,000 websites, if you just, whatever your pocket size is, MarkCity has you covered on that as well. Increased reach, data-driven solution. Okay, so join the revolution. Join us at MarkCity. We are live from September, but for you to sign up for early access, it's markcity.com. And if you have any more questions, we are outside. We have flyers. We have all the answers to all your questions. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank everyone that came through today for all our sessions as well as the products that we unveiled. Thank you so much for joining AI Africa. This is our first ever summit We have more coming soon. So you can join us at aiafrica.co, and for the website like Maxity, where writers will be able to earn. If you're a blogger, a journalist, if you write. So it's not just if you create video content. Just go to maxity.com and join the waitlist. Thank you so much, everyone.
All right, thank you so much, ma'am. All right, we are moving on. Next up, we have one of our keynote speakers with us, and she's going to be talking about intellectual property rights, safeguarding innovations in the African tech sector. You know, it's one thing to be a creative, a tech entrepreneur, and you create something and everything like that. So she's going to be coming to talk to us about how we can safeguard some of our innovations, our ideas, and some things that we will be creating. Yeah, that's what she's going to be coming up to talk about. So if our hands are not too busy, I want us to make welcome on stage Mrs. Ada Agocha for this session, please. Let's put hands together for her, please. All right. Okay, so we'll come back to that. With us right now, we have Mr. Asha Adeniyi. We're going to take that quickly before we come to our intellectual property law class. So Mr. Asha Adeniyi is going to be talking to us about fintech, the future of fintech in Africa. Most of us are familiar with fintechs like Kuda, PalmPay, OPay, MoneyPoint, and I'm sure an average African parent does not trust fintech banks. Yes or yes? Your mom will say, my mom always tell me, when I say, mommy, send me money, she says, send your account number. Once she sees Kuda, she'll say, and I'm like, these people are even more reliable than your traditional banks. But African parents don't believe. Once they don't see First Bank or Zenith or something like that, they feel like you're up to something. So Mr. Asha Adeniyi is with us, and he's going to be talking to us about the future of fintech in Africa and Nigeria. So please, if our hands are not too busy, let's make welcome on stage Mr. Asha Adeniyi for a session. You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It's very good to be here. My name is Asha, and I work with EasyPay. You can check EasyPay out, myeasypay.com. I'm very, very grateful to the organizers of the event. I must say that I've been following the Global Tech Africa Conference, and this year it has really been superb. Congratulations, Dr. Lawal and the team. Thanks for making this possible. So the topic is actually future of payments. So future of payments, in Africa. And since money makes the world go round, payment systems are globally interconnected and interrelated. And we all know that, especially if you're moving money from, say, the US to Nigeria or from Nigeria to US. So we know that payment systems are very, very well interconnected. And as the world, becomes a global village, remittances will become cheaper, faster, and more liberalized, by economies and government, because everybody wants to be, more competitive, and everybody wants to make more money. Some days ago, how many people read the news about Germany lowering their taxes for immigrants, highly skilled immigrants? And that's what's going to happen, because a lot of skilled immigrants, they want to go to Europe, right? But Germany is now lowering their taxes, their income taxes for immigrants. And that's, obviously, that's part of payment, that's part of income. And a lot of people would, not just in Nigeria, obviously, but a lot of people want to go to Germany. So as the world becomes a global village, economies will become more liberalized. It will become more simple to work with government and to interact with government, and obviously also to make payments. The future of payment in Africa will be globally relevant, more or less, just the same as it is in the West. So before we talk about the future of payment, so this is on the screen. So it's good for us to just see where we are coming from and where we are at the moment, so that we can attempt to see where we want to be. So we can see where we started from, and I will just pick just one of it. So I'll just pick one of it, 1 minute. So we can see the barter system to the banknotes and the checks, and then coming straight to the 2000s. How many people are familiar with PayPal? PayPal, have you ever used, how many people have used PayPal here? So not a lot of us, but yeah, so PayPal, was founded in about, I think, 1996 or 1997, thereabouts. And then we are familiar with mobile money, digital money, cryptocurrencies, and then now we have the central banks that are issuing not just digital currencies, but they are also issuing cryptocurrencies too. So we can see a lot of that. But one of the things that I want to highlight here as I go to the next part of my discussion this afternoon is to look at the screen and see that credit cards was actually introduced in the year 1950, in the 50s, credit cards. And we are obviously not up to 100, but over 60 years, the use of credit card in Nigeria is not still, is still under 5%. So we can see from the picture that payments like credit cards that was introduced in the 1950s, but still under 5% at best in Nigeria. So what this means is that we can just draw from the hypothesis that where payment systems need government, backbone, or is just dependent on government, it fails, and it fails woefully. Obviously, case in point are the credit cards and the central bank digital currencies. How many people use e-Naira here? How many people have used e-Naira? Just one person, I can see just one hand. So you can see that where a payment is highly dependent on government infrastructure or just government processes, it fails, and it fails woefully. And so if we want to think about the future of payment, obviously we want to think about that from the perspective of industries and private players. And like you've probably seen, I'm sure a lot of us have seen the documentary, The Men That Built America. So it just shows that we as Africans also have to build, Africa. So quickly, we just take a look at some predictive models for the future of payments in Africa, and we're going to look at a lot of knowns. And that means that we're going to be looking at today's problem to predict, what the future of payments can be. Obviously, we're all familiar with Flutterwave, Paystack. We're just talking about Kuda and the like. So payments in the future must solve our most important problems, right? That's what it is, because business is about offering value. So the future of payments, rather, would have to solve our most important problems. The most important problems that we've identified today from these, the preceding slides, is credit. So the first thing in Africa is that we need to build like credit infrastructure, because that will give us a stepping stone and will link us up with the diaspora very well. So imagine you're traveling to, imagine you're traveling to the UK today, right? And you want to go, maybe you're going for your education. It would be good that you export your credit history from Nigeria, so that when you get to the UK, you can just get, a credit card from your bank or from your banker instead of having to build a credit history afresh in the UK for 3 years. So that's what we're saying. We have to build a system where every African living in Africa has a credit history that can be exported, to developing economies. Yes, we should start first, here. However, we should think big by making this infrastructure and system export credible. Thankfully, we have something that is starting. We have two things that have started in Nigeria right now. We have the credit agency that has just been, it's not just started, but has been rejigged. And then the student loan, But one thing is that the student loans, obviously, in itself is not enough because it must be supported by a sound educational system that churns out graduates fit for work and an economy that is constantly creating jobs. Because imagine you give out student loans and they can't pay after they leave school. That brings down the old system that we're trying to build. Because the purpose of creating credit or building credit is because by the time you create a credit infrastructure, you are actually making more money. That's how economies become large and big, because when you borrow someone money, they become more productive, and then they return the money, and then with interest, by the way. So that's how we make more money. Let's go to African remittances, and I'm sure we're all familiar with this because I'm sure a number of us will have moved money here and there from Nigeria overseas or repatriating money from overseas down to Nigeria. So future payment systems should help make payments across Africa simpler, faster, and cheaper. Thankfully, here we have Flutterwave and Paystack, but the thing is that the costs are still high for third-party operators. So we have to exchange in USD. So the base currency for every exchange, if you're familiar. So let's say you're moving Naira now to Kenya shillings, you still have a base currency of USD because it is exchanged against that. So obviously there is a lot of, and this is where obviously government comes in, because there's a lot of dependence on government regulation, because the systems that are still very, very corrupt will not make this thing to work. So let us obviously, with corruption as the order of the day, we don't trust each other, and that's why we continue to use the USD as a base currency. So that is something that is very ambitious because of where we are, but we can weather the storm. I think second to the last thing I would say is more inclusivity. And if we look at WeChat in China, how many people have used WeChat before? You've used WeChat, maybe in China. Okay, no hands. But the way WeChat works is that WeChat is like WhatsApp. And a typical Chinese, or if you are entering China today, you have to download WeChat, and that's where you're going to perform most of your transaction, if not all of your transaction, except your transaction is very massive and you have to use the banks. So instead of downloading Kuda, Zenith Bank, GT Bank, and all this, everybody uses WeChat. And imagine our farmers in the remote places. Once they have just one app, they can really transact very, very easily. But obviously, one of the pushback is that every payment made through this system is very traceable and very subject to government control. However, this helps us. This helps about 80% of Nigerians, especially the 65% that are very difficult to reach. But just like the previous speaker said, transparency, security, and simplicity is key because of the number of users that will be using this. Just imagine, the 95% of transactions that was done in 2022 was done by cash in Nigeria. Over 300 billion naira, So just imagine that by 2022 it has gone to 80%, by the way. But just imagine that all these transactions are done digitally. It will make our economy one of the biggest in the world. And lastly, obviously, talking about future of payments, we have to talk about security, because future payment system will only be used when it solves security systems from the advent of AI and foreign interference. So the payment system that will emerge in the future will be the ones that are successful in keeping the wealth of their customers safe. So you have to believe that whatever platform you are using is safe for you to use. You know, in Nigeria alone, we lost hundreds of billions of naira last year just to fraudulent acts, people hacking into the banks and all. I mean, we can remember 30 billion from Access Bank, 30 billion from InterSwitch, recently 40 billion from First Bank, and you know, so, and yesterday we heard about 6.5 billion from a bank. So you can see that and these are things that obviously we didn't hear when we were growing up, because if you stole money from the bank, they easily catch you. But as technology advances, we also need to, you know, advance. So a sound payment system of tomorrow must build a robots and machines that will keep learning and relearning how, you know, these hackers and fraudsters engineer the system immediately they begin to act, and to seek to stop them first. And secondly, which is very, very important, is that we must also build, you know, security infrastructure in such a way that it is a central system that analyzes, you know, criminal behaviors. It learns it automatically or manually. It then feeds all payment systems. For instance, so let's give an instance. When a fraudulent person with a BVN, you know, performs, but with multiple bank accounts, you know, receives money, so withdraws money illegally, you know, and wants to withdraw that money from all the accounts, you know, immediately, you know, it should not be possible, even though the account resides, you know, in several banks. But you can achieve that if there's a central system that, you know, powers all the banking systems. So thank you so much for having me. This is the end of my short keynote address. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We will be moving on to our next keynote session. The next keynote session would be the intellectual property rights, safeguarding innovations in the African tech sector. To do this keynote session would be Ms. Ada Agwo Ocha. She is the senior associate at Banwo and Igodalo, if I am correct. Do we have Ms. Ada in the house? Please put your hands together as she comes on stage. Keep putting your hands together until she comes on stage. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ada Agocha. I'm a senior associate in Banwa and Igudalo. I lead the intellectual property, tech, and data protection team. And it's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. Looking through the program of this event, I realized that there's been lots of conversations about intellectual property, tech, data, as should be. And so for the very short time that I have, I will just quickly run through our topic, which is safeguarding innovations in the African tech sector. And I will also briefly speak on data protection and the obligations for startups in the tech space. So firstly, when we say, when we ask what is intellectual property, right? What would you consider to be intellectual property? Firstly, the first thing to note is that there are different types of intellectual property. And what it does is that it protects different types of creations. And intellectual property, the important thing to note is that it's a creation of the mind. Different types of rights are protected by different creations. For example, you have patents, right? Patent protection is a right that is granted by the government. In Nigeria, what we have is a trademarks registry, the Trademarks, Patents, and Designs Registry. So if you have an invention, if you create something new, or you create a new way of doing a specific thing, that is said to be an invention, and you can approach the registry to obtain registration and protection of that invention. And when you get that registration, what you're given is a patent certificate. That certificate gives you a right to exploit that invention for a period of 20 years, and you can prevent other people from exploiting that same invention. That is what a patent right gives you. For trademark, I imagine that many of us interact with trademark even in our personal daily lives, right? The branding on any product, that would that fall into the element of trademark. So obviously it's something that is used to identify products or services from different vendors or businesses. And then we also have industrial designs, which pretty much refers to the appearance of things, how three-dimensional shapes or appearance of things that have been created, very closely related to invention when it refers to tangible items. And then we also have copyrights. The copyright relates to different types of creations, obviously. We have artistic works, we have literary works, and the likes. And finally, we have trade secrets. Right? Trade secrets, as the words imply, would refer to anything that you consider to be confidential, that is material to your business. And if it is exposed to persons who do not have authority to be exposed to it, could jeopardize your business. So going forward, we're going to talk about the ways to protect your intellectual property, and we're also going to talk about the role of intellectual property in fostering innovation. Now, on the one hand, because intellectual property gives you exclusive rights, it also fosters innovation, and it goes hand in hand. For example, let me speak specifically on patent, because I know that lots of people here are manufacturers or inventors. When you invent something, when you have come up with a new way of doing something, or you have created something that is new, and you obtain a patent from the government, what it does is that for that period of 20 years, you have exclusive rights over that patent. But in return for that exclusivity, you are required to publish how you designed or how you came up with this invention. And the idea is that after that 20 years has elapsed, it is now open to anyone to exploit that patent, because the idea is that you have used that 20 years of exclusivity to pretty much recoup your profit or your revenue from your investment in that invention. And what that does is almost like a yin and yang situation. You have your exclusive rights, and after 20 years, everybody else can use it. What that then does is that, and what we have seen happen, especially, for example, in the pharmaceutical industry, is that invention begets invention. If somebody creates a new way of doing a certain thing, people are more likely to build on that invention and create even more interesting and life-changing inventions. And so that is how intellectual property fosters innovation. We also would consider that it protects competitive advantage. I talked about the exclusivity that intellectual property gives you. The exclusivity that intellectual property gives you. and that goes to other types, including trademarks. Now, trademarks do not have a lifetime. It is forever, for as long as it's renewed or for as long as it is used. I've just been told I have 10 minutes, so I will rush very quickly through the rest of my presentation. Then we also have licensing opportunities that could arise from intellectual property, right? We have situations where businesses outside of Nigeria license businesses in Nigeria to do certain things. For example, the big brewers around the world, like the Guinness, they have licensing arrangements with Nigerian entities to produce and sell their products. And so that transfer of knowledge from foreign entities to Nigerian entities and vice versa, that's one of the products of intellectual property arising from innovation. And obviously, collaborative research. And then also, there is a benefit of having, persons who invent new things, persons who are creators, pretty much, having an opportunity to exploit their creation, having an opportunity to prevent other people from taking advantage of their creation without their authorization. That creates an environment where inventors, where manufacturers, where businesses are encouraged or are compensated for innovative work. And now, what are the legal instruments that you could use to protect your IP, right? First, I've spoken about registration, the simplest way. Go to the necessary government body, obtain your registration, whether that's the trademark registry, whether that's the designs and patent registry, obtain your registration. For others, for like a trademark, in addition to just registering, it's also very important that you are using your trademark, right? So there is a provision in the law that says if you do not use it for a certain period of time, you will lose it. The term is pretty much, if you don't use it, you lose it, pretty much that. So the idea is when you have created a trademark, when you have created something, you must use it, you must make use of it. And there are situations where you may not have the opportunity or the resources to use your trademark. Then you can think of collaborative ways, right? There is a licensing arrangement, as we've spoken about before. There's franchising, usually carried out by many big brands around the world. And so I'd also spoken about, I don't want to leave here without talking about trade secrets, because I imagine that's very important in many of your lines of business. Sometimes you are going to engage with other people, right? You're going to have collaborations. What I'll always encourage our clients to ensure before you go into those sort of collaborations is to ensure you have an agreement in writing. Very, very important. And those agreements should take the shape of, at a very minimum, a non-disclosure arrangement. Excuse me. Should have a non-disclosure arrangement. Now, this is important for ordinary collaborations with your friends and your family. And when you employ people, when you have employees, it's also very important to include a non-disclosure obligation within that arrangement, especially if you're dealing with very sensitive information. Another thing to note when you're collaborating in your day-to-day business is to ensure that those contracts that you have include intellectual property clauses, right? You want to ensure that if you have persons who are working for you, you include the appropriate clauses in the agreements to ensure that they do not assume that what they have, what essentially is the work product of their employer-employee relationship, accrues to them. Because what the law expects is that when you engage somebody to work for you, when the person is an employee, anything that is created in the course of that employment belongs to the employer. So you want to ensure that the agreements that you have, your employee contracts, include clauses to that effect. And if you don't, you could also make the case, you could also ensure that the agreement, would require the employee to transfer to you in the event that there is a gap. So that's what else am I missing? Right. I also should speak about IP valuation. This is a very important thing because it's not usual for a person to start to think about IP at the beginning of their business. It's encouraged, but I know that in practical terms that may not be the case. So what we usually recommend to people is that at some point when your business has pretty much taken off, you're still at the startup stage, but you know that there's prospects for you. You know that there's prospect. What we encourage you to do is have a valuation. When you're considering the value of your business, always have an eye on your IP assets, right? Those are just as important as any other asset that in your business. So I think maybe a good rule of thumb is to set a certain timeline, right? You could say every year we will consider our IP assets. How many assets have we developed in the course of the year? How have we used it? Have we licensed our rights to somebody? Are we sure that there are appropriate agreements covering that relationship? Or are we a licensee in that sort of arrangement? What are our rights and obligations under those sort of agreements? So IP valuation is not only a way to ensure that your rights are protected, you also want to ensure that your obligations are understood so that you do not end up in a situation where you're accused of infringing someone else's IP rights. I believe that's the end of my slide. Thank you so very much for your attention. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. All right, so we are moving on, and we have a keynote session to be taken by the head of Corporate Services, Nigeria Internet Registration Association, NIRA. Yeah, a keynote session, and I mean, you guys don't want to sleep on this one. And to take this session, I want you to make welcome on stage Mrs. Busayo Balogun. Let's put our hands together for her, please. Yep, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we are tired. I promise you I won't take much of your time. As they said, my name is Busayo Balogun, and I'm representing the president of the Nigeria Internet Registration Association, NIRA. I'm sure people are asking, what is NIRA? What do we do? So NIRA is the registry for the .ng domains. We are non-governmental. We are self-regulating, and we are registered as a not-for-profit. First way I can say, I'm sure you've seen a lot of websites. For instance, you've seen maybe nira.org.ng. So what we do at the registry at NIRA is to regulate and manage the .ng, which is our national resource, which is our identity, our Nigeria identity online. So any voice you're going to hear from now is going to be the voice of the president, my president, Mr. Adeshola Akinsoye. So distinguished guests, tech pioneers, future leaders of Africa's digital revolution, and digital enthusiasts. The first 2 days of this GTA conference has been nothing short of extraordinary. And I can say that because I just left a session in the other room where we talked about, the various agencies, what we are doing to contribute to the digital economy. And I can tell you that that was a very interesting conversation. So yes, I totally agree. Kudos to the organizers. Well done. And we hope to see, and we hope to be part of this, future editions. So as I was saying, I'm sure we've witnessed exhibitors. Our stand is also there, the .ng. So in case you need, you have questions, you want to know how you can register a .ng, you want to know how you can be part of, contributing, to the digital economy. Our stand is over there outside, is we need that. We have our accredited registrars. They're over there. Whatever question you need, if you want to get on board the .ng train, we are happy to answer your questions and provide whatever clarification you might need. So I'm just going to go ahead with the speech. So this gathering here obviously signifies a pivotal moment. We have a congregation of minds dedicated to unlocking Africa's boundless potential through technology. And I'm sure you quite agree with me. With the lovely presentations we've seen here, the first presenter talked about the e-payment system, and Adaja just left here, just gave us a very enlightening speech about intellectual property, which is one area, obviously, that I am interested and I have interest in. So thank you, Ada. That was a very great conversation. And yes, it also actually adds to my point that we have like a gathering of great minds here. And so the theme for this year's conference is global collaboration and local transformation, which perfectly, captures the essence of what we aspire to achieve in our tech ecosystem. We are the architects of Africa's digital future, and I think that is why we're all in this room, and we stand at crossroads. We have the talent, we have the ambition, and we have the resources, no doubt. What we need now is a powerful synergy, a fusion of international expertise and the boundless ingenuity that resides within the African continent. This event is not just a conference, it's a catalyst. Here, we will not merely just, discuss opportunities. We are going to forge, very clear, actionable plans. And I quite agree, because that's what we've been doing, for the last 2 days and even today. And like I said, I thank the National Information Technology Development Agency for their support, and to the Ascend Studios Foundation for their vision and dedication in designing and implementing these transformative projects. Over the last 2 days, we have delved deeply into critical issues. We have explored emerging trends. We have identified the tools and the strategies that Africa needs to thrive in the digital age. No one has been left out, from the startups to the women in tech, from innovations to emerging technologies and AI, to funding big ideas and preparing the workforce for our current digital capacity. The Women Tech series in particular has been very inspiring, obviously, as a woman in tech. And, with women like me, taking the reins and driving the change that we want to see. So when we talk about our digital future, we cannot forget the pivotal role of the internet in enabling the change that we desire. Bringing it closer to home, the .ng domain is very crucial for the growth of Nigeria's digital ecosystem. A thriving digital economy depends on all our active efforts, to grow it. No one will do it for us. And I repeat that, no one. Every one of us here in the room, we have a duty to ensure that we grow that digital economy. We've been talking about globalization, using technologies to promote our local ideas. Fantastic. I also want to encourage, everybody to get online with the .ng domain. The many benefits of getting online using the .ng domain cannot be overlooked. And I'm going to stop here and just give you some of these benefits. People are sitting down here asking, why should I go on the .ng? Why should I use the .ng? Very simple. Because it is our own. We are Nigerians. That is our identity online. You go online, people see you, they see the .ng, automatically they know that you're a business that can be trusted. Again, the cost, very cost effective. How much is it to get a .ng domain? I can tell you with at least 2,000, 2,500, you will get a .ng domain. And don't forget, we're also trying to build, our digital economy. So when we patronize, when we register the .ng domain, we reduce capital flights. I don't know if anyone here can remember during the COVID period, a lot of businesses were put to halt. I know a couple of businesses that were on the .com, domain. They could not renew most of their domains. Why? Because of the exchange rates, in registering the .com. A lot of people were stuck. A lot of people didn't even know who to reach out to, because we all know most of these GTL, the .coms, they have big registrars and they operate through resellers. A lot of people didn't know where to turn to, but the .ng was here, it was cheap, it was readily available, and we are here to provide local support. What does that mean? Oh, somebody is trying to infringe on your domain, somebody, phishing complaints. We are here, we have a face, you can see us. The registry is here. The registrars are there to provide that support you need. And I hope with these 3 points of mine, I hope before everyone leaves here, you get on board the .ng, you register the .ng, and you promote, our digital economy. So like I said, this is not just about us. It's about, building towards a moment where we don't just participate in all these events, in all this global tech environment, but we have to lead it. We have to actively take, a step to participate and not just talk, talking is good, enlightening, but also take a concrete step to ensure that we achieve that aim. Let us leverage on the power of collaboration. Let us embrace local ingenuity, and together let us transform Africa into a digital powerhouse. Enjoy the conference, and again, thank you for giving me your time. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, ma'am. Please, let's appreciate her. Let's give her a round of applause again. Thank you so much. All right, so is there anybody that's just joining us? If you're just joining us, can I see your hands up? You were not yet day 1, day 2, and you are just coming for day 3, and you are just joining us now. Now. My brother, you will have to, you too, okay. Those are the GTA Jam Bites, another 3 GTA Jam. So please, ensure that you get past questions, because I can bet you some people have finished degree program here within 3 days. So if you are just joining us, ensure that you network, you link up, you communicate. There's a lot that has gone down in the last 3 days, and I want to appreciate each and every one of you, and even myself, that has taken time out of our busy schedule to be here at GTA Conference 2024. There's no GTA without you, you understand? So no you, no GTA, no me to no GTA. Take it like that. All right, beautiful. So we have an exciting discussion next. And this one, you have to sit back for it. So if you are just joining us, my name is Olawale Daniel Oluwatomisin. I'm so proud of my name. And honestly speaking, I didn't like that name when I was growing up. I didn't like my first name, Daniel, because all my friends were having Yoruba names. And they named me Daniel, and they'll be calling me Daniel Laura. What's that? Spoiling my steez from childhood. Thank God that we are steezed up now. Daniel Laura, Daniel Lee. What's that? Ew. Shake it off. All right, so next up, we are having a discussion about the future of InsurTech in Africa. The future of InsurTech in Africa. And this is most likely going to be the last, let me say, quote-unquote panel discussion at Global Tech Africa Conference 2024 at the Startup stage. Please put your hands together for yourselves. Celebrate yourselves for coming this far. I mean, it's a lot. All right, so bringing up on stage first, I want to invite the moderator in person of Mr. Adebowale Banjo. Is he here, please? Mr. Adebowale Banjo. Mr. Adebowale Banjo, okay, is going to join us soon. So we have Alfred Egbai, Group Head, Emerging and New Market, AXA Mansard. Let's put hands together for him, please. All right. You're welcome, sir. I just want to let you know, sir, that I have a life insurance policy with you, and I hope it's active. Very active. Yes. Thank you so much. So we also have Ms. Nkiruka Okere. Is she here with us? Oh, she's going to join us shortly. All right. We have on this discussion to Oladele Akinsoya. Do we have him with us? Oladele Akinsoya. Welcome, sir. That is the Head Group Strategy and Product for Custodian Investment. Yeah. Please, let's celebrate him. Let's put hands together for him, please. The people on this panel discussion, they are made men. See them smiling. Made men, soft men. So for life insurance, sorry, my life insurance is in your hands, sir. I'm even happy I'm meeting you, because if anything happens, sir, God, I beg. All right, beautiful. So we are still expecting like 2 other people on this panel discussion. I mean, before we start this discussion, before we start this discussion, I want us to ruminate. Let's just chat a little bit. If there is one thing, can I have a handed microphone, please? I just want to hear one thing that you are taking away from GTA 2024. Just one thing. From like 2 people or 3 people, one thing you are taking away from GTA 2024. A handed microphone, please. Do I have that? Okay, just one person or 2 people. I just want feedback. One thing you are taking away from this conference. So if you are not taking anything away, no, you will lock the gate to... Nobody will leave landmark. Eh? Kosola understands from almost last year that we started planning 2024. You will now come, you will go like that. Your life cannot remain the same. So let's talk. One thing you are taking away from this conference. Just one thing, one person. His hand is up, please. Let me give him the microphone, please. His hand is up. Yeah. You're taking away, he's taking away something from us here. Please, let's celebrate him. Let's put hands together for him, please. Yeah. He has to tell us something he's taking away from us today. All right, beautiful. Do we have your attention, sir? Let's talk now. You never can. I'm an investor.
No, I meant the drink.
You have a drink. Oh, you're taking away the drink.
Yeah.
At all, you have a drink. All right, beautiful. All right, so let's dive right into why we are here. I want to bring on stage right now the moderator. That is Mr. Adebowale Banjo. Oh, sorry, Mr. Damola Oloko. Beautiful. That's the InsurTech Business Podcast moderator. Beautiful. Let's put hands together for him, please. All right. Sir, what happened? Did you miss the memo? Wine. You wore suits. All right, beautiful. So you have the floor for the next an hour plus. So let's dive into this. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thanks to the organizers for this opportunity. And thank you for having this important conversation about the future of InsurTech in Africa. If you look at the financial services space, right, you see that on the payment tech, banking tech, and all of that, you see a lot of movement and activities. On the insurance side, we are getting there, right? And so it's important to have these kind of conversations to see what are the challenges, right? What are the opportunities within the space? What's been the journey for the space as well? And happy to be having this conversation today with amazing people on the panel, right? And I'm going to start with Alfred. Right. Okay. In your experience, within the space, on the insurer side, you are with AXA Mansard, and AXA Mansard is also known to be an early adopter in terms of innovation, right? But looking at it from the industry point of view, right? You have also been in the space for a bit, playing within all of those spaces of looking at how to grow the insurance penetration. What has that journey, for you been? What does it tell if you look back?
All right, thank you, Damola, and glad to be here to even talk about my experience within this space. So the insurance industry, basically, for me, has been a very challenging one. Looking at where we're coming from early days up till today. Basically, the things that we've basically seen challenging has been, at the top of it for me is low awareness, right? People don't even understand insurance in most cases. Everybody wakes up understanding risk, thinking about risk. It's one of the reasons why we pray. We understand that we could leave home, go about our daily life, and, different things could basically happen to us. So one of those reasons why we pray is because we understand the risk associated with actually living life, right? But we don't just see insurance as that thing that can actually help us financially when that risk actually occurs. Insurance cannot solve all problems, but at least the financial part of the financial suffering, the burden, insurance is able to then, solve for that. So that awareness is not even there. Like a few weeks ago, we did a small survey, talked to some people on the road, asked them if they knew what insurance was. Everybody said, a lot of them said they knew what insurance was, main product was motor insurance. And when we started to ask them, okay, why do you think downfall drivers, when they hit a car, why do you think they start begging? When they have third-party insurance, right? And they say, oh, because they don't have money to fix it. And I'm like, do you know that third party actually could have paid about 3 million naira to fix that car? and then they say they don't know. So that awareness about insurance, even when people hear it, it's just a familiar word. It's not a thing that they basically have in-depth knowledge about. And this has then affected the penetration of insurance in Nigeria, which I would say is the second problem or the second challenge. It hasn't really scaled the way it's supposed to scale like other financial service channels. However, this then leads to, the third one, which I think is trust. I gave the Danfo driver analogy. I'm sure a lot of people in the room will be saying, oh, when that Danfo driver gets to the insurance company, we start speaking English, But yeah, that trust also has also affected the penetration, But with the advent of it, with technology, we've started to see, a shift from that mindset of lack of trust and everything based on the new tech players we're seeing in the space. Penetration is starting to improve from based on partnerships, but still partnerships driven by technology. So we're seeing a lot of partnerships with telecoms companies, a few banks, microfinance institutions, the core fintechs also coming into the space to kind of like distribute insurance within their own space. Also because of the fact that, yes, financial inclusion is one thing, but we only look at it from the banking side of things. Opening a bank account basically solves problems for a lot of people. Being able to pay, being able to collect. But the real problems that actually affect your business, actually affect your healthcare, your life, is actually solved by insurance. And I think we're primed for the second phase of financial inclusion, which is basically the insurance part of it. And it can only be driven through innovation and technology at the end of the day, the same way the banking sector also has exploded through fintechs. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. And we'll definitely get the startup point of view, right? The insurtech point of view. But it's very interesting hearing from the insurers on the stage. And Dele, from your own perspective, and a lot of things that Alfred had mentioned, I sort of agree, right? But from your experience, from the custodian experience, right? How has that journey been, and where do you see the space given getting to in the next few years?
Thank you very much. I think I'll try to focus or speak about the user. Theoretically and reasonably, all what Alfred said is 1,000% true. And there's something also he said I'm actually going to leverage on. We all have a sense of insurance. Most of us use expensive phones, and as you're buying the phone, you largely would buy a screen cover, especially people using Samsung, right? Because it will probably take like 1/3 of the cost of the phone itself. Putting your laptop in a bag and not just heading out is a form of insurance. But where we need to go is actually how we can translate insurance to usability. So if you take such small precautions, how can we meet you at that point? Which is where I think a lot of us traditional insurers and the insurtech, we need to focus on. So how do you play at that granular stage? So if at the point of purchasing a phone, I'm there telling you I'm providing you a cover probably to a tune of 1/3 of your phone, not even covering everything, and I make payments somewhat easier for you, right? It just makes sense that you actually purchase such. I know of an aggregator that just started something, I think also with you guys, and what they've done is health insurance. The benefit is capped, but the premium is actually very, very low. So from transaction profit or revenue, you can actually get insurance. So those are the things that we need to start thinking deeply about, the usability, adaptability, and how flexible we can be in terms of creating products that suit consumers. Then we'll get the penetration that we're talking about. Because even the penetration that we largely measure is in volume, in money, right? We need to start counting people, right? This is the addressable market. This is the market we've actually got into.
Yeah.
Then we'll probably have our own definition of penetration.
So a very interesting point you made, and it was interesting. I was speaking with someone, I think it was yesterday, and I shared some of the stats that is available in terms of penetration. The person was like, "Is that accurate?" I mean, because he was also thinking that, okay, I mean, a lot of people have, for example, you work in an organization, there's insurance, but the truth of the matter is that, and I'm happy to have anyone in the room. I mean, do you wake up in the morning to say, I want to buy insurance? But you wake up in the morning and you pick your phone, you buy data. Do you understand? And so I guess it's having those kind of conversations to see how insurance can get into our day-to-day and every day, right? I think I'll come back to Alfred, right? And I'll come back to Alfred. And, before I ask Alfred this question, please, I'd like us to please welcome two of our speakers who are joining us on stage as well, Adebowale Banjo and Nkiru Okere. Please, let's appreciate them. Lagos can be very, very interesting, please. Thank you. Hi. Yeah, thank you very much. Please, let's allow them catch their breath. But I guess I'll ask this question. I'll ask Alfred first, but then I'll go to Debo. Access and affordability is still very key, in this market, right? And so my question, Alfred, how are you solving this, from the insurer's point of view? We have conversations around innovation and things like that, but honestly, it still boils down to distribution.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so today at AXA, what we're trying to do is use microinsurance concepts and marry it with fintech platforms and other platforms to basically see how we can, drive products to the market. So we start off by looking for entities that already have a lot of customers and seeing how we can basically fit insurance into customers' lifestyle. Is one of those ways. I'll give an example right now, but before I do that, I'll just say, if you go to a new country today and you had to taste their food, you would ask for a teaspoon of that food first to see whether you like it before you order a plate, right? And when you like it, then you order a plate. So we're trying to get people to get their first taste of insurance without disrupting their lifestyle. So that's one thing we're trying to do in AXA. So, for example, we've built a product where customers have access to healthcare for just 500 naira a month. You have access to, Nigerians wouldn't lack the basics. And we did this by aggregating 3 or 4 startups together into one to basically build something around them where that they are able to service. We lend our name and our APIs to it, and they are then able to go to market. And then we also close distribution partnerships to drive that ecosystem. So one of such examples is PalmPay. With PalmPay, customers on PalmPay are able to pay just 500 naira. If they feel sick, they just go to the app, they can talk to a doctor, they can access medication, and when symptoms persist after 2 days, they can go to a hospital, just the same way every pharmaceutical product is advertised today in the world. And we're only able to do this because of our understanding of technology and also based on the power of the tech companies that we're able to rely on. We're only a brick and mortar company at the end of the day. We're old school, closed platforms. We don't have strong APIs. We still use a server room. We're not in the cloud. We're not as nimble as you, the startups, can actually be when it comes to playing within the tech space. So leveraging on your powers, using our own product development expertise, and your own tech professionality, we're then able to deliver real value to customers at the end of the day. So we just continue to look for distribution partnerships. We're launching with the telcos very soon. So as customers buy data for their phones, they also get some form of insurance layered on that data plan. You can also buy outright without buying data plans, so that would also be part of the services. And then we're going to fintech, going to each fintech to basically see how we can also make this product available, because we've seen that you have that expertise in driving distribution. We insurance people, we've been trying this for years, and we've only been able to penetrate 2% of Nigeria today. So yeah, we can do better with you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Nkiru, thank you and welcome. I hope you've caught your breath now. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's yes. So same question, right? Access, affordability is still at the core of everything that, looking at penetration, looking at how to get insurance to more people and things like that. How are you solving that, at IO?
Okay, thank you very much again. He sort of pointed to some of the things that we started doing around the territories where IO is present. One of the biggest things that we've tried to achieve is to have a mobile-first approach, and that is going into each of the countries first with a partnership with a telco company, because we believe that if every Nigerian is able to afford a mobile insurance or mobile phone, they can definitely get insurance. If you look at the statistics we also even have in sub-Saharan Africa, for example, you have over 734 million SIM registration already done in this region. It tells you the massive opportunity that exists in this space in terms of just telco penetration with microinsurance. So our first approach is to drive mobile-first microinsurance solutions, which we do in all the countries where we are present at. The second thing that we also do is to drive solutions that we call pay-as-you-go insurance.
Okay.
Yeah, where we are able to provide flexible payment options for people based on usage, also based on their behavior or their income patterns, to be able to provide them insurance. I think the most important thing for us is that across this data of where people are, we want you to be able to plug into a type of insurance product,
right?
No matter how small it is, but from the elite to the middle value customers to the Basiras that we see on the road, everybody should be able to buy and afford some type of insurance product or the other. Those are the two key things that we're driving.
Oh, okay, right. Thank you very much. And Debo, welcome. So one of the things that, as we mentioned, is microinsurance and how that can be a way to enter into the market or get insurance to people. Just like Alfred said, help people to taste insurance.
Yeah.
Right. I know that we had some conversation some time ago, and you spoke a bit about your experience in the Philippines. I mean, do you want to share a bit of that and what we can maybe learn from that market?
Hello.
This is API integration. Okay, yeah. So, I mean, I went to the Philippines to sort of do an on-site learning from Pioneer, who have done really well with microinsurance. I think one of their partners gives them over 1 million policies every month, just one partner. Right? Really massive stuff they are doing. And when I got there, I think the first thing that I saw, and I'll maybe break this down into different buckets, was that from an underwriter's perspective, that they were deliberate about going the microinsurance way. So they set up a different entity, and you had a separate team. The mandate was different. They had a little bit more room, I'm sure Alfred and yourself understand what I mean in terms of profitability and all those kind of things. They had a bit more room to play around and be loss-making for a period, or not have those kind of impressive numbers. And then that was the first thing on the underwriter's side of things. The second thing they then did was adoption of technology, right? Which was, but in adopting technology, they were not looking to build the best technology out there. It was, how can I get these products to these people as quickly as possible in such a way that they understand it from whatever level of technology understanding they have, and I'm able to also sell my product. And then the third thing was partnerships. And perhaps I think this is the major difference between the results we've gotten here and the results that they have, is the quality of partnerships, right? So I'll use the partnership they have with CARD, for instance. So CARD is like an MFP, but a major one, the leading one in the country. And what happened was their partnership got so deep that they even created a JV. And we had a session with the president of CARD and then the MD of Pioneer. And he was saying his mission, that's the CARD guy, is to eradicate poverty, right, in the country. And he understands that protecting people with insurance means that they have a fallback when something bad happens, which stops them from falling down into poverty. So what I saw was that it mattered to both of them. It mattered not just to the insurance company, but also to CARD, right? And that shared values, shared common goal was what made it possible for that partnership to work. The other partnership I'd referenced earlier that gives them $1 million policies a month is similar in that they also said, so it's a pawn shop. So where you trade in your accessories for quick cash. They said, we have large footfall here monthly. We start selling products, right? We can find a captive audience to sell to. And so they chose insurance, right? They even went ahead and got licensed as an insurance brokerage firm, right? So the willingness on both sides. Here, it seems that most people are transactional. So it's like, so if you go to, and I'm sure Alfred, I have experienced it, I'm sure everyone on this table experienced it. Question is, how much will I make? Insurance is, people are not buying insurance. There's no willingness to deliberately build, the products, deliberately build the opportunity. And I think that is the difference. So my biggest takeaway, I mean, there were many, but with reference to this conversation, is that our collaborations need to be more meaningful, right? Almost saying that if we don't have shared values around the importance of insurance, then maybe we shouldn't be working together on this. And from our own personal experience in the work we've done so far, found traction easier to achieve with partners that actually want to distribute insurance. As against people that just want to take an API, plug it, and say, oh, I also have insurance. Nobody might visit that button in 2 years. They really don't care. It's just another option. That's what I would say, best takeaway.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And Dele, I want to ask from an insurer's point of view, I think one of the things that Nkiru and Debo mentioned, partnership is key. And for insurtechs, right, that partnership with an insurer is definitely also key, right? Because it's the insurer that has the underwriting capacity, all right? But we are at a point where, marrying old and new can be very interesting, right? How are you doing it, right? And maybe what do you think we should be putting in place, in order to facilitate the growth that we need to see, in the space?
Okay, because I like having alternate opinions. I apologize. I'll just speak to what Nkiru, Adibowale, and Alfred mentioned in terms of micro, and add a twist to it. For those of us that have stayed in Nigerian insurance industry for a while, there's something that I said, insurance is sold, not bought. Right? And I know that's what almost everybody here is doing, but I think embedded partnerships are also very, very, very critical. So our own approach, and what we've been doing for a while, is that you're buying insurance and sometimes you don't even know. Right? Imagine walking to a gym and you're paying your subscription and you actually get a personal accident insurance, a disability insurance, and if anything happens, your gym comes to meet you and says, oh, we have it all covered. That experience just makes you feel different. What Alfred was saying, taste it, right? So you just get to enjoy that part of insurance. Jumping to your question, especially the marriage between insurtechs and
insurance.
That's why I'm laughing, actually. for those of us that are like traditional insurance, we don't want to believe that we're going extinct. So the best insurtechs we want to partner with, right, are the ones that understand the insurance value chain. Right? First thing, you need to understand the insurance value chain. Then you need to understand the peculiarity of African insurance.
Okay.
Don't just copy and paste Lemonade or Tangerine and you bring a USP to me and say, oh, this is what is happening across the world.
Yeah.
The problems are different.
Right.
And also know your customer. So when you come to me with all of those things, it's very easy for me to partner with you. You know, a lot of times, most insurtechs we've seen, or largely that have performed in this market, are largely intermediaries, brokers. But there's so many different parts of the insurance value chain that once you approach me, I'll say yes, because I know there's a critical problem
I can solve.
That I can solve.
Yeah.
So if largely your focus or your model is insurance brokerage or intermediary, we also have brokers that are digitizing their operations.
Yeah.
So those are the things that you really need to think about. Make it easy for the traditional insurer to partner with you, because we are also starting to think like insurtechs.
Yeah.
I think that's just my summary.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Let me just say something I was smiling a lot when you were speaking, because it's beautiful to hear that the traditional insurers are now beginning to think like the insurtechs. And I think this is where the regulators in Nigeria and Africa comes to play a huge role in terms of capacity building and just collaboration. I think a lot of the traditional insurance will be a lot more at peace when they realize that these insurtechs actually know what they are doing. They have a solid base in insurance understanding. They know really what the insurance business is all about. I'm not just thinking of one fabulous idea and driving with it. They also see that there's enough value chain that would be bought out of the collaboration with us. I think it would give the traditional insurers a lot of peace of mind to be able to go through that. And I think even just aligning on that, regulators also helping us to maybe align with international bodies to comply with global standards, such that African insurtechs can now become global, globetrotters. I mean, we're in the global space. We can compete with any other insurtech around the world, making us more competitive and making us more attractive to to attract more investments in the space.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I agree with you, especially on the.
Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to add to what she's saying, and also the last point. So yes, we insurers were starting to think like the insurtechs. But one thing at AXA that we've actually agreed with ourselves, you have to tell yourself the right version of the truth, right? We're bad at it. As much as we want to do it, we're still very bad at it because we're almost not set up. We have to do a full transformation, go through a full transformation phase to actually get there. But I think the insurtechs are already there. And what he also said is, you can't copy and paste international and think something international will work in Nigeria. You must also try to localize it while taking the learnings from there. But when you localize it, it then makes sense. We want to collaborate at the end of the day and focus on the things that we are very, very good at, which is managing risk, while you focus on technology. So far, we find a way to plug into you. I think we will all be great. It's a big ecosystem.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting. And just to touch on what Nkiru mentioned in terms of the regulator creating the enabling environment, and very interesting to see some of the things that NICOM has been doing recently. We have a new team, right, commissioner, and we see a lot of movement in terms of how technology can play within this space. There's an InsurTech guideline that is in the works at the moment. There's conversation as well on the InsurTech roadmap from FinTech Association of Nigeria. So yes, interesting times ahead, right? But before we even got here, right, and I want to ask the OG, we call him the OG in the InsurTech space. He's been on this InsurTech journey since what, 2016? So we are here today, not where we want to be, but how would you describe the journey for the space so far in your view?
This is your OG tag. I think you and I have spoken about this a couple of times. I think for me it's one of excitement, primarily because I've watched the industry grow. I think the project we were doing at the time, now 8 years ago, 2016, was ahead of its time, right? Nigerians were not even thinking about insurance, not to talk of insurance online, right? And while a number of things were right in terms of the technology, the approach, I think the timing was just not right. But when you fast forward from that time to today, where you have a lot of, insurtech companies springing up, right? And not just copying and pasting, but coming up with different versions of solutions. And, Oladele mentioned how even insurance companies now are starting to think about insurtech. I know what Alfred is doing in terms of, partnerships and collaborations as well. So that journey for me has been one of growth, right? Where we are not just growing as a company, but the entire industry, the entire ecosystem is growing and evolving. And for me, I'm excited. I think it's the best time to be playing in insurtech, right? I always compare it to a few years back when the likes of Flutterwave and Paystack, were entering payments and trying to transform it. That's what insurtechs are about to do, and might be a bit more laborious than fintech was, given just the general disposition towards insurance. But I think if we collaborate more, right, and deep in our solutions and not just superficial, I think eventually would, make the turn for good.
Yeah, all right. Yeah. Thanks. And I want to stay with you, right? AI, right? I think it's a buzzword, right? But how does it play within, the insurance space, and how relevant is it, within this space, right? I think that's the most important bit. Yes, these technologies are enablers. They're not supposed to be a substitute for the work that still needs to be done. So sieving through all of the noise and the buzz around, AI and all of that, right? How can we, sort of leverage this technology? It can be AI or all those other ones that are relevant today. What kind of implementations or what areas within the insurance value chain do you think that some of these things can play and help us to get insurance to more people and get insurance more accessible?
Okay, first, I like to usually strip down technology as a whole, right? I know it's typical to find tech people always trying to, hype up technology. But for me, tech is just a way to get things cheaper, faster, simpler, safer. However you arrive at that, you are, innovating and you're using technology, right? And when we bring it specifically to AI, artificial intelligence, still in line with cheaper, faster, safer. So for instance, when you look at traditional insurance companies and risk management, right? One of the biggest issues they have is fraud, right? Another issue they have is cost of that claims process. And artificial intelligence can help with that, right? So real-time assessment, real-time valuations, those are things that AI can help you with that would, one, improve your level of confidence as to the degree of damage, right? And two, save you time and cost on the commute on resolving that claim. So that's one area, that's one use case. So around fraud management, speed, and cost savings for underwriters. The second area that we haven't seen a lot of in this part is just around the customers. So today in Nigeria, if I live in Lekki Phase 1 that is prone to severe flooding, I pay the same premium as someone who lives in maybe Magodo or Bagada. I mean, I'm assuming the flood isn't as severe, but who doesn't have that exposure? There's really no real-time risk assessment underwriting. There's a cost to it, right? There are other contributors in terms of market awareness, market development. But AI can give you almost bespoke, tailored products on demand based on your realities and nuances, right? So although I don't think that we're there yet, but those, you talked about use cases. That's one use case. Another one is around, response time to customers. So I think there's a company, I can't remember their name now, that built this software, and the solution basically responds to about 95 to 96% of emails of support people. And not just even chat, email. So if someone writes you an email, the AI will respond with, detailed steps of what to do. So you're able to respond to your customers faster, right? You save more in terms of your overhead cost. Your turnaround time improves. The overall customer experience improves. So again, for me, AI or any other type of technology is primarily to do all of those things. Make insurance safer, make it easier to access, make it cheaper for you. Because if he's not exposed like the way I am, he should pay less than I do, right? If he lives in an area that is vandalized, he should pay more than I do, right? So those are things that, artificial intelligence and machine learning can come to play. And then maybe lastly, one more thing is around data. Insurance relies heavily on data. Yeah. AI can process data faster than anybody else can, right? And not just process data, but the information that you get from that data. Now, predictive analysis. So if this has happened over the last 2-3 years, this is what is likely to happen. And AI can shorten that experience from 2-3 years to just 1 month, right? So I can make predictive analysis based on even smaller data size.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I'd like to speak to use cases because we actually deployed the first non-banking AI bot. I think that was in 2016, Custodian Max. So in terms of the use cases that we're using artificial intelligence for, in terms of customer acquisition, so quote generation, customer acquisition, policy review, claim status, those are the things that already exist now as a use case for artificial intelligence. And we did it as far back as 2016. I think the other things that we're starting to see, and speaking to what everybody here agrees on, is that we need to start seeing no-code or low-code partnership integration. Yeah. It's something that we need to start seeing. So we don't need to have like 5 weeks, 6 months for API integration. White label it, sell it. So those are the things. And the how do I put it? The fancy ones are digital contracts, right? Decentralized applications. Those are the things that we're starting to see. So yes, all of these use cases already exist in insurance. It's just for us to probably elaborate or probably expatiate or drive more insurtechs in that line.
Right. Yeah, thank you very much. I think this has been a very interesting conversation, and we'll just go around the room. Last words from you for Nkiru. From Ayo's point of view, what's next?
So we've...
You have said that insurers are thinking like insurtechs. They are not competing, Sha. Yeah.
No, we're not competing. And I'm happy that we're sharing stage with our OGs of OGs.
Yeah.
I think for us, taking all the learnings that we've had in all the other countries where we've activated and just consolidating on all of the lessons and bringing it back home in Nigeria is the biggest thing that we want to start to do. So for me, I would say really growth and just staying agile and sustainable, because that's really where the big game is.
Yeah, Billy?
I think as many insurtechs, as many ideas, just think about it. Would love to collaborate with you. There's
Great. Alfred?
Okay, just my last word will basically be aligned with his. Just come with your ideas. We're happy to collaborate. If it's around distribution or improving efficiency of our processes, we're happy to collaborate. So let's see. We also have an innovation exchange program, which you can just go to the AXA Mansard website, just search for innovation exchange, and you can drop your proposals, your pitch deck in there, and we would then vet it and set up a session to be able to work with you to help you to refine your company and then send you back into the market. It's like an incubator program for insurtechs or people that have things to do outside of insurance but could relate to insurance eventually. Thank you.
Yeah, and Debo?
Last words, yeah?
Yes.
So I think for me, first point is every Nigerian needs insurance. Every Nigerian should get insurance. And at mycover.ai, our focus is to ensure that that happens. And we'll do that leveraging technology and partnerships with as many people as possible, from underwriters to other innovators in the space, up until it is easy for an average Nigerian to access insurance at whatever point in his life or her life that the person is.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Please just give everyone on the stage a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, Nkiru. Thanks. And thank you for listening. Yes, do we have time for questions? Is there any questions? Any questions in the room? One. Okay. All right. All right. Yes, thank you very much.
All right, beautiful. Let's give it up for them, please. Thank you so much. All right. We have one more thing to do before we call it a day here. I want to bring on stage the co-founder and product lead for Jumamo for a product unveil. She's going to be talking to us about Jumamo, what Jumamo is about, and what they do at Jumamo. But let me just give you a little heads up. Jumamo is a streaming platform, but I'll save the gist for Ms. Okonkwo Kosi as she comes on to tell us a thing or two about Jumamo, what the brand is about, and the services that they offer. Please, let's put our hands together for Ms. Okonkwo Kosi. Briefly, thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Oh, are we tired? Hi, everyone. Okay, my name is Kosi Okonkwo, and I'm the co-founder and product lead of Jumamo. And I'm here today to have a conversation with you about the music industry and what we offer in Jumamo. But first of all, I would want this presentation to be conversational, so I would want to ask a question before I proceed. So, how many of us have an idea how artists in Nigeria make money from their creative works? So I bet if you go on Google now and search of that, they would probably tell you it's from streaming. But then again, how many of these artists are really making money from their work? How many of our creatives are making money from their work? Aside the top artists that you know today, like the likes of Davido, the likes of Burna Boy, the likes of Wizkid, who make money globally, how many of our upcoming artists, how many of our old artists make money from their creative work? The answer is you might not even see any creative who is making money from the work. And that brings me to my next question. How many of us has followed this trend? What's the name of that song? I can't really sound it, but I know that a lot of us, even some of us in this audience, must have participated in that challenge. And the question is, before now, how many of you know about that song? if you tell me the truth. I am very sure that 95% of us in this room, we don't know about that song before now. And majority of us in this room would still tell me that I prefer to stream Beyonce, Jay-Z, etc. than African content. But this song from Mike Ejaya is trending, and all of us were enjoying it, and all of us were streaming it, we are consuming it, and we are happy that something from ours is trending like this, right? And that brings me to my presentation today. A lot of songs from the 60s, from the 70s, from the 80s, from the 90s are yet to be aggregated. We have thousands, millions of songs created by Nigerians out of their sweat. Some are dead, some are still alive. But they don't earn anything from those songs because the days of cassette streaming is over, and now we're all listening to digital songs, like we're using streaming platforms to listen to songs. But most of these digital works are still existing, but are not digitalized. And because of that, the essence is lost. And because the essence is lost, we've lost everything, including our culture. And remember that the global music industry can also find their roots in the not just Nigeria, but African music industry today. But because we don't even have access to those songs, we don't have access to this content, and we're losing our cultural heritage, and we're all accepting and adopting what is not ours. And this is because these contents lack promotion. I will prove to you that this content lack promotion because, if not because Brain Jotter started the trend on this particular song, I'm sure none of you would listen to that song, even till you die. And that's to show you that what we lack is promotion. We have the content, but we are not promoting our songs. And this brings me to why we exist in Jumamo. Jumamo is a platform for local African music. Jumamo is aggregating, curating African songs. All the songs that has not been digitalized, we are aggregating these songs, going into the deepest part of Nigeria to aggregate this old song, these local songs, and to put it out there for you to consume, for you to recreate, for artists to also recreate those songs in order to keep promoting our content, even on the global stage. Jumamo do not only create this content, but also make sure that these artists get paid for their song. We all use different streaming platforms today, but how many of them pay our artists? Creative work is like a product. The same way you make your shoes, the same way you make your clothes, and you sell them for money. That is the same way we're supposed to pay for each song that you listen to. But how many of you want to pay to songs? And because none of you want to pay to song, our artists go through hell to create song, to create this masterpiece, and they get nothing from it. But with Jumamo, artists, local artists, Nigerian artists, even upcoming artists, and even the old ones who are there are now able to earn from their songs, earn from their creative work. Aside making this content available on Jumamo, we have also gone ahead to make radio content consumable. Before now, you go online, you go on air. Maybe you're in your car or you're at home and you're using radio and you're listening to any radio show at all. At the end of the day, once that session passes, you are not able to go back to that content. Even when you miss some information, you are not able to access it again. But Jumamo has made radio content accessible. So you can now consume radio content from the comfort of your home, anywhere in the world. From content from Imo State, from Abia State, from Delta State, from the north, from the west. We'll have all of this radio content created on that even while you are in Lagos, you can still listen to your local shows from your village without missing a thing. And what is this doing? Because these contents are also in our local dialects. It's also promoting our culture, promoting our own, what is our own. So you are able to consume it, because if it's not in your face, how do you want to remember it? This is not all. With Jumamo, you as an artist or a creative can put your podcast on Jumamo. You can tell your stories. If you are a storyteller, you can create your stories into series, audio series, and put it on Jumamo. If you're a podcaster, you can record your podcast and put it on Jumamo. But the beauty of this is this. Jumamo is prioritizing making sure that every creative make money from their creative work. So for every content that you put on Jumamo, you make money off it. For every single content you put on Jumamo, you make money off it. And this ensures that everyone is earning from their work and nobody is being exploited. No work is being exploited. Jumamo has different other features. On Jumamo, because we understand the data usage in Nigeria, we have the offline feature where you get to stream offline. Also on Jumamo, we are launching a feature very soon that allows you to groove and party during the Jumamo Friday shows. So we have a live session where we invite DJs to come and play their songs, to come and mix songs on the platform live. So from wherever you are, you can listen to these DJ mixes and vibe to the groove. Like on Fridays, you don't need to go to clubs anymore. You don't need to go to parties anymore. But you can access this content through Jumamo, have fun, and enjoy your life on Jumamo. So who is Jumamo for? Jumamo is for everyone here. There's nobody here, there's nobody seated here who will tell me that I don't stream music or I don't listen to songs. Every one of us here listen to songs. Some of us stream podcasts, right? But a lot of us don't want to pay for it. So, but I'm telling you that Jumamo is for you. With Jumamo, you can listen to any song of your choice, from the 80s, from the 90s, from the 70s, from the 60s, or even songs of recent. Jumamo is also for artists. If you are an upcoming artist, you've been putting your songs on all those platforms that don't pay you for your work. Put your songs on Jumamo and start aggregating your streams and start making money off your content. As a podcaster, put your podcast on Jumamo and start making money off your podcast. As a storyteller, create your story series and put it on Jumamo and start making money off it. So in any dialect of your choice, as long as you're an African, you are a Nigerian, Jumamo is accepting all your content. Put your content on our platform and start to make money off it. And our platform is also for investors. The music industry is worth billions, like in dollars. If you scale it down to Nigeria alone, to Africa alone, it's worth 5 billion, right? So for investors who are ready to invest in the growth of the African industry, making sure that our artists make money from their creative work and also getting your work, and also getting return on your investment. You can also partner with us to invest to make sure that we reach as many artists as possible, that we create as many content as possible, and the more we create, the more money you make. For every 1,000 streams on Jumamo, we have $5 for users. That's for the owners of the work. So imagine 1 million streams, 2 million streams, 100 million streams. How much is that? So there is a very big potential for also investors on Jumamo. And I tell you now, as easy as it is, Jumamo is live on all platforms, and you can log into your Play Store or your App Store to download Jumamo. It is time to support our own content. It is time to promote our own. You know, if you run to the content outside, you will still come back. We need to make money in Nigeria. Most of the artists who make money, your Davidos and the likes, the money comes from outside. There is nobody that is paid here in Nigeria for their content. They make all those content, they make the money outside, and they spend most of the money outside. So the only money you see in Nigeria is the one they use to buy cars or they invest in their weddings and all of that. And like that, we are all killing our economy, thinking that we are doing ourselves any good. So please join us on this journey in promoting local African content and putting Africa and our rich cultural heritage on the globe. Thank you, and God bless you.
All right, beautiful. So, guys, we've heard it all. In summary, all the support and energy that we give to Apple Music and Spotify and AudioMac and Boomplay and iTunes and which of them again? Jimamu also has every feature that these foreign applications have, and they can do better. Thank you so much. All right, if you've been with us this long, I want you to please put your hands together for yourself. Thank you so much. I mean, the Global Tech Africa Conference 2024 started 2 days ago, 24th July 2024, and this is the end of the Global Tech Africa Conference 2024 at the startup stage. I think we deserve a round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So on behalf of the convener, Dr. Inya Lawal, and my humble self, Olawale Daniel Oluwatomisin, who has been your compare at different stages, and also you're at the startup stage for the Global Tech Conference, for the Global Tech Africa Conference 24, I want to say thank you for your time, and we hope that everything that you have gained from this conference will be properly utilized in the development and utilization and growth of different tech innovations, ideas, and for the improvement of our lives generally in different ramifications and our workspace at large. Thank you so much. God bless you. On this note, we say thank you for joining us at the Global Tech Africa Conference 2024. Till we see you again next year. That's my time. Goodbye.
Sound.
Boy, you understand? So, I have